So.
Welcome back, everyone. Obviously, during the break, I wore my face mask. Now I'm back on the stage. And a warm welcome to all of you. I hope everyone can see me. And I hope you can see me on YouTube, because we had a bit of a problem. Obviously, we had a cooperation with TED Talks. They allowed us to show their videos, but obviously this cooperation didn't fit the algorithm of YouTube, and obviously YouTube doesn't block any political opinions. I think it was just due to a assumed copyright infringement, but it is back on and everyone is joining us now. Now we are on the way to present the Municipal Climate Partnerships. We have divided these 9 partnerships into 3 blocks, sort of a geographical order, and it will go as follows. Each partnership has 20 minutes to present itself. At the beginning, we will see an aerial view of the municipality so that we know it is going to be via Google Earth, so that we know where they are. Then we will see videos, presentation videos. We'll get to know the municipalities. They have prepared these videos beforehand. A video about the people, the locations that meet here. They're going to present the challenges due to climate change that they're already feeling. And so you'll get to know the people and everyone included, the faces behind these municipalities, behind the partnership. And They are going to embark on this way and build a relationship together within the next 2 years. Now, first of all, I would like to welcome, I just have to check. First of all, the first partnership is our host municipality here in Darmstadt, within the region of Darmstadt, which is Pfungstadt, with Oshikoku in Namibia. And I'm going to give the floor now to the videos that we're going to see and a bird's eye view of these municipalities before we get to know the people.
Houses for low and middle income earners have 1 to 3 bedrooms.
I'm pleased to note that the Council of Oshikoku is doing its best with limited resources to ensure that its residents have access to houses of their own. And to me, this is a clear testimony that government, through its structures, is determined to deliver services to its citizens. Thus, what the Council of Oshikoku, together with its partners, are doing, and I think this is a very good, worth emulating, and truly commendable initiative.
Utoni has advised residents to pay their municipal bills to go towards the provision of development of the town. The houses were constructed at a cost of $70 million with funds from the Development Bank of Namibia and built through a public-private partnership between the Oshikoku Town Council, Easy United Holdings, and Parole Investment. Oshikoku, together with its development partners, will construct more than 300 low-cost houses at the town to complement government efforts in achieving its set goals as outlined in Harambee Prosperity Plan.
Of course, there are other developments, such as the development of shopping complex that will accompany these whole developments, as well as other, such as SME parks, service stations, and so on. The construction activity for phase 1 and 2 alone created about 300 employment opportunities to various individuals.
All the houses are already occupied.
40 kilometers south of Frankfurt, at the bottom of the Odenwald, lies the city of Pfungstadt with 26,000 inhabitants. We are surrounded by forest, farmland and moor. The town has an old center with a town hall about 400 years old, enclosed by shops and other historical buildings. Over centuries, Pfungstadt was a mill town, and during the Industrial Revolution, more and more factories settled here. The traditional and famous Pfungstädter brewery was founded in 1831 and is one of the last industrial businesses which remains from these times. They still brew our famous beer. Nowadays, you can find Pfungstadt's biggest employees in our biotech park, where enterprises specialized in medical and biomedical branches found a new home. Pfungstadt is still growing and conveniently located in the heart of the Rhine-Main-Neckar region, where more than 7 million people are living and going to work every day.
Welcome to Pfungstadt. My name is Patrick Koch and I'm since 6.5 years mayor of this wonderful town. Together with our partners, we try to take our responsibility to the fight against the climate change.
So that you get to know Pfungstadt a little bit better, I want to show you some places and people who are involved in the Municipal Climate Partnership.
I'm standing here on the side of the central sewage treatment plant, which cleans the city wastewater. The plant has an annual electricity and heat power consumption of around 1.3 million kilowatt hours. Sewage sludge is produced by wastewater treatment. This biological mass is converted into biogas by way of the digestion process. This micro-gas turbine turns the biogas into electricity and heat. The generated electricity covers 30% of the plant's requirement. The heat is used to supply the company building, technical areas and the municipal depot nearby. So the carbon dioxide emissions are reduced considerably.
Hello. Our city has own drinking water supply with a total of 4 deep wells and 7 pressure pumps. The deep wells are drilled about 100 meters deep and have a temperature of 9 to 11 degrees Celsius. We extract around 1.3 million cubic meter each year at a constant pressure of 6.5 bar.
In Pfungstadt, we invest several million euros every year in the renewal of streets, freshwater and wastewater pipes. For us, this is only possible with the support of engineering offices. Our pipeline network that we maintain is both 120 km long. This is how we supply 26,000 residents every day. When renovating a road, the focus is also on improving the infrastructure in terms of cycling or public transportation.
Hello, welcome. Come in.
Some years ago I had a strong desire to establish a new form partnership between my hometown Pfungstadt and a Namibian town. Former Ambassador Neville Gerze and I convinced the First Minister of Hesse, Roland Koch, to endorse this kind of partnership between the two communities with the aim to collaborate in fields of common interest. I must say that I am very pleased with the successful outcome, where we now have an exchange of experts at political and technical level. The first delegation from Oshikuku was received 2 years ago by the Speaker of Hessen Parliament, Norbert Kartmann.
So.
Now you're back. Hello and welcome. We have the municipalities here, Pfungstadt and Oshikuku. Hello. Mr. Koch, nice to see you again. Mr. Siloso, hello. We will going to hear from you in a minute, just so that everyone can see you. We have our YouTube live stream. It is back running. Just try it via YouTube and search SKEW Engagement Global, and then you have the live stream available with all 3 languages. And via big blue button, you can also choose your language. Sorry, just had to repeat the technical advice because we obviously want everyone to hear and listen to us. Now, you have the floor. First of all, Mr. Koch or Mr. Siloso, you can choose. Yes, hello and good day from Pfungstadt. We're happy to embark on this partnership. It's sort of a piece of a puzzle that was missing. Since 2017, 2018, we have been in touch with Oshikuku. We have been there personally. We've had a delegation, and the consul was with us, with our engineers. We were there, and we just explored a little bit the situation over there. We've gotten to know our partners, and in September 2018, we had a delegation of Oshikuku here with us in Pfungstadt, and we've made some decisions. The town council of Oshikuku has signed a friendship treaty, and we've also received 2 technicians here who have conducted an internship here with our municipal utilities. We're completely independent in terms of water management, water supply. And here I'm with Thomas Fischer. He's the head of our local utilities. And we're promoting this project, and we are really looking forward to our partnership, to the collaboration with Oshikuku, and we're happy that we get the support from the SKEW during our partnership. So I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. We're really looking forward to our collaboration. Hello to Namibia. Mr. Siloso?
Wir hören noch nicht Ihren Ton.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you at the moment. Maybe press on mute. Maybe technicians here. Just for your information, it's 7,500 kilometers away from us. Ah, we can hear you now.
We can hear you. Nochmal?
Once again. I'm just looking towards our technicians. Is there anything we can do? Maybe press the important buttons once again. I'm looking to our technicians. Oh, I can hear something now, a sound. John, please press down below. You have audio start. Maybe this can help. Audio and start. It's down below, right in the center.
If you can't hear me, you have to push the start audio button, which is in the middle of your screen. Oh, now it's freeze. Bild ist eingefunden. Da sind Sie wieder.
You're back.
Yes. Leider ist die Internetverbindung.
Unfortunately, the internet connection is a bit poor.
Can you hear? Oh, yes, good ladies and gentlemen. My name is John from Namibia, representing Oshikuku Town Council. I'm with a colleague, introduce himself for the benefit of everyone.
Yes, afternoon, colleagues. My name is Joseph Yambo. I'm here with my colleague, Mr. John. We represent Oshikuku. To collaborate with you.
Okay, yes. We are pleased to be part of the climate and it's our desire and will that we work together with Funkstad as indicated by Patrick that
Sorry to interrupt. Two things. If you switch off your video, we can hear you more clearly.
Just a minute.
Jetzt ist weg.
He's gone.
Are we fine now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Yes, like we were saying, we are pleased to be part of this climate partnership. And like Patrick have indicated, we have started working together a couple of years ago. And yes, we are looking forward to engage further from this platform. And after this conference, then we'll be able to implement our project as agreed the time that the team from Funkstad was here and the team from Oshikuku also visited Jenny. And from these two exchanges, the two partners actually agreed to, well, we need to work together to bring benefits to our two towns. So we are very pleased to be part of this great initiative.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can see, you can switch back on, you can switch the camera back on. Obviously, we don't have always a good connection, internet connection with all the municipalities, but we're happy that we've had a first introduction. Maybe, Mr. Koch, you can say something else if you want. Yes, I can say something. So we did feel the need and the urge to renew our partnership with a Namibian town. We felt this need in our federal state of Hessen. And this is why we got in touch with the partner municipalities. It was back at the time we got the support from the then First Minister Roland Koch of Hesse. And so this is something that we promoted, that we wanted a partnership with an African municipality. So we wanted to have a partnership maybe differently because partnerships on a European level, but this is something else because we want to have an exchange on a technical level to get together. And since 2017, 2018, we have initiated this sort of partnership with Oshikuku, and for us it's a great opportunity to broaden our horizon, and so we're really pleased to have this sort of collaboration. And like I said, we had a delegation from Namibia here back at the time, and they were received by the mayor back then. It was a really great experience. We've had some great exchanges, and we're really looking forward to an exchange on a technical level. Yes, thank you very much. And obviously, you'll have different strategy phases that you're going to work on, and you're going to deepen your exchange. Are you in touch with other partner municipalities, maybe here in Germany? At the time, no, but we have taken a look at Schwäbisch Hall, a town which is not far from here, and they already have initiated a partnership with a municipality in Namibia, and maybe this is something that we can also take more detailed look into, because obviously this kickoff workshop is one of the first steps that we take, but maybe we can contact the municipality of Schwäbisch Hall to see and get to know the experience they have had, and to get in touch with the local authorities, because obviously that differs from country to country. Every country has their own legislation, their own administrative authorities. Okay, let's see if we can get in touch with John Siloiso. John, can you hear us?
We can hear you
Can
too.
you hear us?
Anything you would like to add?
Yes, well, like Patrick have indicated, the ideas we have indicated that the two partners visited each other. We have identified common area of interest where we could partner and see how best we can assist one another. And one of the areas that we are looking at, as we have already seen during the introduction of the partners, Thomas have indicated let's say something that they are doing very well in terms of sanitation or sewer, and that's a challenge that we have, in the sense that we would like to adopt a more climate-friendly or efficient method of treating our sewer water, so that at the end of the day it's more reused. And again, we believe we'll be able to achieve great things with through this partnership.
Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Thanks to both of you, Pfungstadt here, and I'm sure that Mr. Koch will get the opportunity to taste and enjoy your famous beer. So, and greetings to Oshikuku in Namibia. Let's give it up for this municipality. Yes, thank you very much. I'll just occupy the stage for a minute here. We have seen sometimes we do have some technical issues here. Obviously, if you ask the Chancellor or any other town, this is just something that happens, something that you can do preemptively. Please use your headphones. If you have them, you can see I use them. And when you use headphones, the sound just gets better. And this is very much important, good sound. Obviously, for interpreters, they rely on a good sound because they have to translate everything you say. So if you see, okay, I have a poor connection, the screen is frozen, maybe switch off your webcam. And I think that during this day like this, we are going to be able to get to know everyone. Unfortunately, we do not have the opportunity here to hear acclamations. But if you want to express your admiration, you can do so via the chat, and like this, we can proceed. Now, let's travel further. We have 2 partnerships left in our first block. We're now going to Pforzheim and Mtwara in Tanzania. And finally, we'll return to the district of Miltenberg. But now, first up, 7,200 kilometers away from here, between Pforzheim and Twara. Have a look.
Hello, I'm Peter and I'm one of the many activists of the Critical Mass Cyclists Initiative. Here in the town of Pforzheim, we're advocating to make this town of cars a town for the people. With our initiative, we would like to illustrate that it is possible to move around in Pforzheim today in a different way, in an environmentally friendly way, and that you just don't always need a car. We want to talk to the people of Pforzheim and discuss the traffic situation in our city with them. So just what could be done differently? For us, cycling is maybe not the one solution, but it is one solution among others that enables us to tackle climate change mitigation and also make Pforzheim a more climate-friendly city. And meanwhile, well, we will all move around town in a healthier way. Hello, we're here today at a farm in Braunschlott in the Neulingen area. We're just standing on a field of Brussels sprouts. All the vegetables we consume are cultivated here. We grow more than 50 different vegetables and herbs. How do we actively contribute to climate mitigation? Well, among other things, our distribution routes are very short. There are pickup points right here at the farm and in Pforzheim too, and our vegetables are sold without any packaging. And what we also do for the climate can be seen just here. Look at the little ladybug. Our vegetables have eco certifications, Demeter certifications. That means that we do not use herbicide, pesticides, or any artificial fertilizer. That's healthy for us, for the people, for the soil, and for just all of us. Regional, for us, that means not the state of Baden-Württemberg or southern Germany, as it is often meant in supermarkets. For us, the region means a closer distance of, say, 30 kilometers. right, thank you very much for this beautiful insights. A warm welcome now to Ms. Schüssler. Hello to Ms. Schüssler. Hello. My best regards. I hope you can hear me well. Yes, we can hear you all right. Maybe you could say once again what your role is in the partnership. On behalf of our technicians, I can say that as soon as you say move on, we will move to the next slide. I do not need the presentation yet. I will hand over to my colleague for the presentation. My name is Sibylle Schüssler. I'm the responsible mayor for construction, environment, culture. This includes the environment, and this is why we're dealing with climate change mitigation and adaptation here in my division. So my best regards and greetings from Pforzheim. You already had an insight into our beautiful city at the corner of the Black Forest in the south of Germany, and we're delighted to be part of this 8th phase of Municipal Climate Partnerships. Together with our partner municipality Mtwara in the east of Tanzania, we will start our climate partnership now. We're excited. We're looking forward to working together. We believe that there are diverse areas in which we can cooperate, we can support each other and learn from each other. This is very essential to us, that we learn from each other. Pforzheim has been making a commitment in the area of climate protection. We have an energy management and climate protection strategy. We're also dealing with climate change adaptation. We have a strategy there too, so we had the opportunity to gain some experience, and of course we're happy to pass on this experience. Ms. Demmerle is working at the local authority for environmental protection, and she's also responsible for this partnership. So we're looking forward to this exchange. We're glad to be part of this climate partnership project, and we hope that we can strengthen our climate partnership and make it a climate friendship, so to speak. We're looking forward to working together with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Schüssler. And thank you for creating this new term, climate friendship. Well, this is something I will keep in mind. Thank you for introducing this term. So our next guest is Ms. Demmerle. Ms. Demmerle, you're already here. Hello to you. Hello from Pforzheim. You've already gained an insight what our city looks like, what our initiatives are, what we do in the area of climate protection. I can only repeat, we have a climate protection strategy. Climate protection is speeding up currently here, so we were able to introduce concrete projects in schools in our town and also in kindergartens. Of course, we're working together with the public, with the civil society, and we're getting in touch with these initiatives that you could see in the video. We have a climate adaptation strategy. That's the evolution of our climate protection strategy. We have an energy management strategy, and now the newest thing on our agenda is the climate partnership. And I'm very pleased that I'm responsible for this climate partnership. I'm working at the Authority for Climate Protection. I just assumed this role. I'm very excited to hear about our challenges, our expectations, and I'm looking forward to working together with our partners. All right. We've already showed you a few pictures from Pforzheim. Unfortunately, our partners from Mtwara cannot be here today. In the past, it was sometimes a bit difficult to get in touch, some internet problems. We were only in touch by email yet, so I will try to present our partners too as best as I can, the municipality of Mtwara, in this presentation. Of course, please excuse me because this video is just a bit shorter, or this presentation is a bit shorter because that's our partner municipality. As we can see here, and we've seen it in Google Earth too, Mtwara is located in the east of Tanzania, very close to the border to Mozambique, so in the south of Tanzania. It's located right next to the Indian Ocean. It's a port town. So you can see here that it has a nice coastline. So that's the beach, what you might expect from a coast town, many beaches. Pforzheim, on the other hand, has 3 rivers. This is a suburb of Mtwara, and it also belongs to the administrative district of Mtwara. This is Mtwara Airport. Mtwara is an important traffic knot in the southeast of Tanzania. It's a small but very important airport. And that's another picture from the beach. There are some tourists in Mtwara too, and there's a little hotel too. That's a church in Mtwara. So you get an impression from other parts of Mtwara too. That is another suburb, another town. And here, that's what traffic can look like. That's not from Mtwara, but from another place in Tanzania. And here, this brings us to climate protection and our partnership. This is a location in Mtwara where we would like to introduce a project. It's a landfill, a dump. And here we would like to work on environmental protection together. So this brings me to the end of my presentation already. I'm looking forward to our climate friendship, as Ms. Schüssler said, and I'm looking forward to meeting our partners virtually. I hope this will happen very soon. And now I would like to wish all of us new ideas, new experience, and a great exchange. Thank you. Thank you to both of you. Thank you for presenting the partner municipality too. Ms. Schüssler, would you like to add something? No, I only wanted to stress once again that we're really looking forward to meeting our Mtwara partners soon, at least virtually. For different reasons, it was not possible yet. We're still at the beginning. It's not like the situation in Pfungstadt. We're just at the beginning, and we're very excited to meet our partners soon. Ms. Demele, you're in the driver's seat of this partnership. Is this the first kind of partnership that you're coordinating for the city of Pforzheim? In terms of climate protection and energy, that's the first partnership of this kind. But the Enns district has some experience. We're in close contact with them, and they provided me with the pictures from Mtwara. Thank you very much to both of you. And we're also sending our best wishes to Mtwara. Maybe some of them are watching also on YouTube. These are your partners for the new climate partnership. Many thanks to Ms. Schüssler and Ms. Demele for this presentation. So now let us come back. Of course, we often have these kind of difficulties. It's difficult to meet, especially at the moment. And, well, I'm thinking about other conferences, and Many participants said, they don't like to meet virtually only, but sometimes it's good to have this infrastructure because otherwise we couldn't meet at all. So I'm really admiring all of those who are making an effort now by email, by video conferences, to strengthen this climate friendship, so to speak. So now we'll move on to the next climate friendship to evolve. It's a new partnership. It's the partnership of the Miltenberg district and the Njombe district in Tanzania. Here we will also hear the videos or see the videos first. And then there are many representatives online that can provide us an insight. There are 7,000 kilometers of distance between the two municipalities. So let's have a look.
Welcome to the introduction of the district Miltenberg. My name is Jens Marco Scherf. I'm the district administrator. We are delighted to participate in the 2020 batch of the Municipal Climate Partnerships. First off, let me share with you some impressions of our region. Where can you find the district of Miltenberg? You can say the district of Miltenberg is located in the heart of Germany, in the northern part of Bavaria. Although Miltenberg belongs to Bavaria, the district is much closer to Frankfurt in Hesse than to the Bavarian capital Munich. Let me introduce some numbers. There are nearly 130,000 people living in the district of Miltenberg. The district is formed by 32 municipalities, of which the biggest ones are located alongside the River Main with up to 10,000 inhabitants. These villages are more compact than villages in Tanzania. The town of Miltenberg and the village Großheubach could be mentioned here as two examples. The landscape is described as a typical upland region with altitudes between 120 meters at the River Main valley up to 586 meters at the top of the mountain ridge. The Spessart in the northern and Odenwald in the southern part are divided by River Main. The River Main is of importance as a waterway and it is used to generate power at 6 hydropower stations. The district area is about 715 square kilometers and nearly 58% of the area is covered by forest. There are different levels of natural protection areas. The whole region benefits of the transport links by road and via railway to the metropolitan region Frankfurt. The region of Miltenberg has a high proportion of medium-sized manufacturing industry. Besides the industrial sector, the service sector is also of great regional importance. We counted more than 2,000 small trade operations in 2018 that represent an annual turnover of 1 billion euros. Our district is dedicated to offer the best education for all its citizens, especially for our children and young people. In the field of professional education, the district is home to a vocational school center where young people can learn various professions in commerce and crafts alike. A big achievement for us was to establish a campus of the University of Applied Sciences in the center of our district, offering a new bachelor's degree applying a modern blended learning concept. In culture, the district of Miltenberg offers a variety of exciting opportunities. One highlight is the district's art network, offering practical experience in the arts to children of different ages. Since 2016, the Miltenberg district has been awarded Fair Trade District. The Fair Trade movement has since been gaining importance. Currently, there are 7 accepted Fair Trade towns in red, 4 towns interested to become Fair Trade towns in green, 3 accepted Fair Trade schools, and 2 accepted Fair Trade kindergarten, and 5 permanent Fair Trade shops. How did we find our partner in the Njombe region? There are decades of civil society partnerships with Njombe region in Tanzania on which we can build the Municipal Climate Partnership. There is a long-term partnership between the Catholic Youth Organization Katholische Junge Gemeinde, KJG, of Diocese Würzburg in Germany and Uvicanio, the Diocese of Njombe. Under the umbrella of the broader partnerships on the level of the Catholic dioceses, there are several direct partnerships between parishes in both regions. Furthermore, there are partnerships between schools. We are very pleased to extend the civil society partnerships to the municipal level. On the topic of climate, let me start by saying a few words about the effects of climate change. We already experience a temperature increase of about 1 degree in average over the last 100 years. In winters, the temperature increased even more, about 1.5 degrees. The precipitation dramatically changed over the years. In the 85 years from 1930 to 2015, the Bavarian Lower Main region is very affected by a 13% decrease in precipitation. Many areas, such as the forest and the winemakers, can feel the stress created through the increasing drought. To tackle the challenges related to climate change and mitigation, in 2010, the regional integrated energy and climate concept for the Bavarian Lower Main region was commissioned. The concept studies the regional energy use as well as corresponding greenhouse gas emissions. It further examines the potential for energy efficiency and renewable energy use. The main topics of climate mitigation work include energy counseling to citizens through events, information and counseling sessions, support and advice for municipalities, energy management of the district properties, that includes finding innovative ways for the building's heating and power supply, for instance, through the use of industrial waste heat for several of our school buildings, and supporting sustainability in the transport sector. Despite the efforts undertaken so far, a recent assessment shows that there are still unused renewable energy potentials. Less than 20% of the potential of rooftop photovoltaics and wind energy are used. To provide a sound information basis to all relevant stakeholders, we recently introduced the Energy Monitor. This online tool is the real-time visualization of the electricity production and consumption in the Miltenberg district. The main intention is to make transparently accessible to all involved stakeholders. How much energy is produced by the various energy sources? What is the contribution of biomass, photovoltaics, hydro energy, wind energy and others? And how much energy is consumed at a given time and by which user? Due to the steep declining prices for photovoltaics, we can consider most rooftops in our region as suitable for solar energy use. To show this potential to everyone, we developed an online tool, a GIS-based solar potential cadastre. In this online tool, we illustrate the suitability for solar use for every building. By clicking on the building, you can model a photovoltaics installation, including the system's economics. Let me ask, what do we expect from this partnership with you? To learn from each other regarding the approaches taken on each side to tackle the climate crisis. To extend the established partnerships on the level of the church and the youth with the Njombe region to the public level. To promote fair trade and raise awareness in the context of climate justice within our region. To find common grounds for joint projects and activities in the area of sustainable development. Even though we don't have the opportunity to welcome you here in Miltenberg these days, we hope to be able to receive your visit soon. So we are looking forward to a fruitful cooperation. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this introduction and for your video. Now we have a few guests joining us. So first of all, to Tanzania, to Mr. Castello and his colleagues. At the very below on the screen, you would have to click on audio and video. We already see you, but we do not have your sound yet. Hello, Mr. Castello, can you hear us? Can you hear us? We can hear you.
Hello? Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you too. You can start speaking.
We are in Njombe district, and we're very happy to be in this part of conversation about climate partnership in 2020. We are very delighted, and we can hear this as discussing about climate mitigation and about climate partners. Yeah, here in Njombe, we're in southern highland part of Tanzania, and there's some key issues to discuss about the challenges that we're facing about climate things and climate stuff. I would like to welcome my partner to describe about them, the challenges that we face in climate issues concerning here in Njombe. Njombe is among 4 districts which comprises the Njombe region, and it has 3 councils, 2 town councils and 1 village council. So I would like to welcome my partner to explain a bit about the challenges that we face as a council about climate issues.
Yes, I'm here, and I would like to describe about 2 sectors which have been impacted by climate change. One is water sector, and the second one is the agriculture sector. Starting from water sector, one of the impacts is drying of our water resources. And these water resources are streams and waterlands. or now, this drying of these water resources have caused our people to encroach the wetlands. So, in this partnership, we are going to make some adaptations which will make these water resources to rejuvenate again. But in agriculture sector,
Hören Sie mich?
some impacts which have been.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Excuse me? I would just like to make a little remark because our interpreters find it difficult to hear us. Maybe you can have the computer closer to you so we can hear you better. Yes, exactly. Thank you very much.
Dolmetscher können besser übersetzen. Danke. Thank you.
Yes, in agriculture sector, one of the impacts is crop pests and crop diseases as a result of the climate change. And I would like also to tell you something about the agriculture sector is encroachment of our water resources and wetlands. And this one is because of unreliable rainfall, and also is because of poverty of our societies, our people. So in this partnership, we are going to address these problems by educating our people or sensitization of our people on the good ways of agricultural practices. Thank you.
Vielen Dank.
Hello?
Hello again.
Yeah, there's something that I want to add when in the process of combating these challenges that we face in agriculture and water sector. According to our region and the nature of our environment, Jombe is located in hills, in hilly structures. So you might find that most of the people, according to maybe like property stuff, they prefer more to cultivate their crops on the places where the rivers or beside the river beds. So you might find that they are distracting the water sources and the water tables. At the end of the day, some rivers dry and others places like the wetlands disappears because of human activities which have been conducted in those areas. And due to those human activities which have been conducted in those particular areas, wetlands, you find those places become dry, and it's a problem. So due to this partnership, we'll discuss on how to educate those people on about the climate changes, on the effects that are being brought by them affecting on the wetlands. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you very much for this explanation. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. And a bit in agriculture sectors, we face some issues like the uses of pesticides and the uses of chemicals which are inorganic, which may distract, which may affect the water sources, which affect the green the great vegetation of the places. So through this partnership, we will gain experiences on how to combat. And there's a lot of things to talk about. Others is waste management in our town council here, how the waste are being managed, like the place where we dump the waste products or waste materials. Those places, like we face different plastic, the bottles that have been used to supply water, and they have always been dumped on those places. But there's some people who go to those dumps and take them again, take them to circulation, whereby those plastic, they don't decompose. At the end of the day, it impacts on the climate issues. So that's, I think, I want to share with you. But here in Jumbe, we have a green belt. It's the southern part of, it's the southern highlands part of Tanzania.
Wir danken Ihnen.
And we also thank you very much. And our best regards to the Njombe district. We also have a guest joining us from Miltenberg. I'm not Jens Marco Scherf, I am Jürgen Jung. I'm not sure whether we can hear you both. Okay, we start with you, Mr. Jung, please. You're sitting in a very nice room. Let me just say that once. Thank you very much. Well, this is the historic city hall, the town hall from the 18th century. Due to the coronavirus pandemic, we're sitting in two different places. Mr. Miltenberg is also here, and on behalf of him too, I would like to send you my best regards, Jambo Mbui to Njombe. We're delighted to be part of a partnership, a climate partnership, and also a climate friendship with you. Now we're kicking off the 2-year project together with our partners from Njombe. And now Mr. Scherf has also joined us. Hello to you. Great. Mr. Scherf, would you like to say something? No, Dr. Jung, you may continue. I only wanted to apologize for coming in so late, but it was very important to me to be here in person. We're so delighted to have this partnership with Njombe. It's a great challenge for both of us, climate change, to tackle it, and we can only tackle this challenge together. So, Mr. Jung, you may continue, and I stay here. All right, thank you. As we said, we were pleased to apply to become a climate partner. And of course, we have chosen Njombe in Tanzania. There are very practical reasons to that. We are already in touch. We have personal contact to Njombe. There are also church partnerships, decade-long partnerships. And we have these intensive partnerships, and this provided us with a good foundation. And this is why we asked you whether you would be interested in forging a climate partnership too. I think we've already found many common topics. When I listened to you, I thought, oh, we have the same problems. You are affected with drought in the context of agriculture. Our region has a lot of forests, and some types of wood are suffering from climate stress here too. The topic of water is also an issue. We have the mine, the river. We use it for with our hydropower plants. And of course, that will be another joint topic, I believe. We're taking part in climate partnerships for the first time, and the first stage, of course, will be to get to know each other, to find out about the requirements and the needs of both partners, and we're really looking forward to this. Sebastian Rambik and Tim Stambach are also joining us on YouTube. They are also our partners, and I also speak on behalf of them. Thank you, Mr. Jung. Thank you, Mr. Schiff and Mr. Castello and your colleague. We've heard that you have many different topics that you would like to tackle. And you also said that you want to get to know each other. And that's, of course, also something that is of special importance in these climate partnerships. And it's also a climate friendship, as we said. Thank you very much. Thank you for your reports, for your the pictures you've shown us from your two districts. And also best regards from here, from Darmstadt in Germany. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this was our first round, the 3 partnerships. And this was the first part, the first round here. Thank you very much for going with us on this journey of several thousand kilometers. You connected us remotely, Wi-Fi via cable. Sometimes the quality wasn't really sufficient, but these are problems. And I would just like to recommend again to watch our YouTube live stream. We'll now have a lunch break where you can relax your ears, your eyes. Obviously, I don't want to keep standing here on this stage. Maybe you can get up from your chair, move around a little bit, leave the channel on your computers, your laptops, smartphones, leave it open, not only so that we do not lose you, but also that you can enjoy the beautiful music that we have prepared for you. Konstantin Copenhagen will play for us during the break. Use the private chat room via big blue button for the people who are watching on the landing page. There you can exchange your thoughts. And obviously you can write to each other direct messages and enjoy your lunch break, your meals. Now, if you say before the lunch break, I want to take something down, I want to say something, I want to concentrate on another matter maybe, do not forget there is this tab, Notes. It's on the left, on the private chat. There you can write something down. We can see it, and when you say, I'm sorry, it's too much technicalities here, just send us an email, and obviously we'll receive that and take that into account. So we'll see each other here at 1:30 p.m. And we'll have a look into Twitter and we'll see what has been posted with the hashtag Climate Partners 2020. Now it's, well, we'll have a lunch break of 1 hour and 30 minutes. So we'll meet here again in 1 hour and about 25 minutes. We'll restart the streams. We'll go live again, and we're looking forward to seeing you after the lunch break. And I'm happy to welcome you back after the lunch break here on the stage in Darmstadt as part of the kickoff workshop for the Municipal Climate Partnerships. Thank you, and we're going to see you.
So.
Thank you to Konstantin Copenhagen for this wonderful musical performance during our lunch break. Welcome back to everyone. We're here at our kick-off workshop for the 8th phase of the Municipal Climate Partnerships, here with Engagement Global and the service agency communities in one world. For all of us who are new here, my name is Alexander Tam. I'm your host today. I'll be guiding you through our agenda today. And you may see me via big blue button, our platform for this partnership program. Or maybe you have joined us here via our YouTube channel from Engagement Global. We are still left with 6 municipal partnerships that are about to present themselves. But first of all, we would like to see what has already happened during this morning. Now to our colleague, Florence Dailleux. She has done some graphic recording for us. Hello, Florence. Hi, Alexander. Nice to see you. And this morning we had the opportunity to see one of your pictures. Do you even call them pictures, or how do you call that exactly, what you're doing there? Well, you can say pictures. We say graphic recording because, well, you have the word recording, meaning you record the content of an event, everything that's being said, that's being presented, the exchange, and you summarize that, you visualize that, and you draw pictures, and you can add some terms and words. So you implement that into a picture, and thus you have some sort of visual minutes of the event. And you said that we might take a look into what you have already done, of what you've painted during this morning, all the memories that you have visualized for us. Maybe we can skip to your iPad, because with these pictures, we can, later on, we can remember this event and not have to do this by working through a text, because, well, with a picture, you can see right away what it was about. Florence is about to just skip to her iPad. I cannot do that myself. I'm happy that I can read all my notes that I've taken down, but there we have the pictures. Can you hear us? I hope that you can hear me too. Yeah. Yeah, there I can see the scissors that cut through the ribbon, so to open this event. So yeah, we have the opening ceremony and the words, the welcoming speeches, and the contributions by the different actors, that what we've heard, listened to this morning. And here you can see the different partnerships symbolized here. And essentially, this is about first getting to know each other, coming together, and to go a little bit into detail what this is about. Obviously, this is very important. Yes, very beautiful. And right below there, you can see the hashtag Climate Partners 2020, so that we can use that in the future. And obviously, you will enable these pictures afterwards for us, that we can have access to these pictures. And you're going to paint a picture for every partnership. Yes, it's still work in process. For example, here we have the first picture, first partnership, Pfungstadt and Oshikuku, where we heard all about the water treatment, water management, and the engineers, all the technical aspects, and obviously very important, the beer from Pfungstadt. Yeah, very beautiful. And to the next one, obviously there are going to be some modifications. It's not complete yet. This was Pforzheim and Twara in Tanzania, where we had the focus on mobility, climate-friendly mobility, agriculture, and obviously you can see here in Twara, because obviously when I see this picture, I already see the video in my mind where you could see the cyclists. Yes, you need fewer words, and you can just visualize that with pictures. And the third partnership at the end, obviously, I'm going to add a few things, and I'm going to add some content and some colors. Yes, that's very beautiful. Thank you, Florence. We have 6 partnerships left that you can still paint and visualize in your workshop. And yeah, let's proceed, and we'll proceed now to Finstal and Kidira. Thank you very much, Florence. Tomorrow morning, you will see the pictures completed, and you can have a look to them. I'm looking forward to that. This is what she does on a regular basis when I speak, for example, that she draws pictures, but we have to protect our bandwidth, and this is why we're going to show you the pictures later on. Now to the next 6 partnerships, but before we present them, we would like to see and show you, we would like to show you our team here behind the cameras. I would just like to ask the cameraman to show you who is behind the cameras. Is everybody doing fine? Is everyone doing well? Yes, we see the different municipalities here. Our speaker, Olivier, is there as well. You can still relax a little bit. We'll hear from him later on. Mr. Koch is there. It is nice to see you. We've heard from Mr. Jung as well, and Kidira, hello. Greetings, hello to you, wherever you are. These are the faces of the partnerships that are about to be created. Thank you for being here. We have 2 sessions left. And, okay, we'll switch to the big screen now, so you can sit back and relax. Maybe you can wave, just hello, and see you later on. Thank you. These were some of the people behind these partnerships. Now we go to 3 partnerships. We have 3 partnerships in our next block. Before we heard from partnerships with municipalities in the eastern parts of Africa. Now we travel to West Africa, where we have partnership between Finstal, Kidira in Senegal, Nierting, Manzakonko Area Council in Gambia, and the County of Passau, partnership with Département Kédougou in Senegal. So these partnerships will have 20 minutes like the others had as well to present themselves, and we begin with a short journey. Where exactly? Well, 4,000 kilometers away to Kidira in Senegal with their partner municipality, Finstal.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, liebe Gäste,
Ladies and gentlemen, guests, dear friends from Kidira, I'm glad our municipalities are part of the Municipal Climate Partnerships. What connects us? Climate change. Despite the distance between Finstal and Kidira, Senegal, we share the need to do something for our future. Within the scope of the Municipal Climate Partnerships, we will hopefully succeed in this regard. Let me invite you to get to know our municipality, via pictures. And I'm looking forward to working with you, together with our joint network and our town council and partnership committee. A warm welcome to Pfinstal.
Pfinstal liegt im Landkreis
Pfinstal is
Karlsruhe.
located in the county of
Genau zwischen dem
Karlsruhe, right
Enzkreis
between
und der
the
Stadt
county of
Karlsruhe
Enns
scheinen
and the city
alle
of
Wege
Karlsruhe.
in die
All
Gemeinde
paths
zu
seem to
führen.
lead to this community.
Denn durch die
With
hervorragende
its excellent
Verkehrsanbindung über
transport
Schiene und
connections, whether by train or
Straße,
car,
sind das Elsass,
the
der
Alsace,
Schwarzwald,
the
die
Black Forest, the
Rhein-Neckar-Region und die
Rhine-Neckar
Pfalz
region
kaum
and
mehr
the
als
Pfalz
einen
are within a
Katzensprung
stone's
entfernt.
throw of Pfinstal.
Die Gemeinde Pfinstal
The
entstand
municipality of Pfinstal came into
1974,
existence in
als sich die
1974
vier Orte
when four
Berghausen
communities
mit dem
merged.
Forschungsinstitut für
Berghausen with its research
Technologien,
facility for chemical
Söllingen
technologies,
als Sitz des
Zellingen,
Rathauses,
which hosts the town hall, Kleinsteinbach being the smallest community, nestled right by the Boxbach, and finally Wöschbach with its serene residential areas. Now they offer almost 20,000 people enough space to live and work. Nevertheless, each community has preserved its very own charm and character. They have so much to offer. Rolling hills, meadows with fruit trees, forests, fields surround these four communities. Idyllic streams and brooks flow through the plains. This pristine environment can be easily explored on foot or bicycle, on your own or with the entire family. Theme walks like the sculpture path, which was created with the help of local artists, and the nature walk invite everyone to learn. Where there's so much to discover, children thrive. Our municipality offers comprehensive education and care facilities. Different models ensure there is something for every age bracket. Nursery, education centre, secondary school. And furthermore, local clubs offer a wide variety of services. But it requires more than one person to ensure a child's proper development. Pfinstal is no different. So across all communities, not only care facilities, clubs, organizations, voluntary workers offer different services, but children and young people can enjoy their free time on more than 30 playgrounds and football fields. But Pfinstal not only caters to the youth, also to our senior citizens. The Senior Citizens Council and Academy are a huge contributing factor. They work independently from party affiliation or religious denomination. Seniors who require assistance benefit from a wide range of care facilities and nursing homes. Pfinstal is a part of the technology region of Karlsruhe and thus an attractive place to work. About 3,000 jobs across all industries are proof of our economic strength. Whether it is a small business, a world-renowned research facility, or a medium-sized enterprise and global player, here you can find anything. A society that is continuously growing and evolving obviously entails challenges. Demographic change, changing buying behavior, infrastructure, and the demands of climate change, mitigation, to just name a few. We felt the impact of our rapidly changing climate in the form of heat waves, long droughts, and storms. Heavy traffic with all its byproducts is a burden on all our four communities. And the consumption of land resources brings about many problems as well. But the municipality of Pfinstal tackles these challenges head-on. Under the slogan, Creating Our Future Together, actors from the economy, civil society, administrative agents and policymakers have assembled to elaborate on a joint strategy and implement the future of our municipality via concrete measures. Pfinstal is alive and ready to learn, always focused on what's ahead, not only for us, but also our environment. This is why we are very proud of our project partnership with the Senegalese municipality of Kidira, which was created in 2012 and is now being forwarded into a climate partnership, because climate change mitigation affects all of us, whether it is here in Germany or several thousand kilometers away in Senegal. So let's overcome the challenges of our time together so that we can create a future for all of us. Yes, thank you very much for this presentation about Finnstal. Now with us here is Miss Georg. Hello. You have to unmute your microphone.
Entschuldigung.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ja, so jetzt.
Yes.
Ich werde verstanden, ja.
You can hear me?
Ich ging davon aus, dass der
Yes,
Herr Bauer noch
I
zugeschaltet
assume
wird,
that Mr. Bauer would be with
der
us
im Chat ist, weil
because
wollte
he's
die Gemeinde
in the chat because he wanted to present the municipality. Yes, he's here.
Ah ja, okay.
Yeah, there he is. You have to unmute your microphone as well. Mr. Bauer? The button right beneath the screen, you see the speaker, the button for speakers, and you click on it. You can say something maybe. Right beneath there. Sometimes the program just switches to spectator so that you're just, or listener. Technicians, can we maybe see why we cannot hear Mr. Bauer? Even, okay, so there are the other participants. Okay, Mr. Bauer will try again. And Ms. Georg, maybe you can tell us what you are responsible for within the scope of the Municipal Climate Partnerships. First of all, I'm a participant in the Partnership Committee, and as we've seen in the video, we've had several partnerships before, and one of these partnerships is with Kedira. This was created via the meetings of the Nature Friends. It's an international organization which also exists in Senegal, and this is how we came into touch with them from Senegal. They were here, they visited us in Finnstal, and this is how we got into touch with them, and we realized that we faced the same challenges, the same problems, and we also have a lot of things in common. And now, for 10 years now, we've enjoyed our mutual partnership in our municipality via the nature lovers organizations. And we think this is a great opportunity to broaden this partnership with the help of Engagement Global. We've had some projects that we've implemented already in the past, but obviously it is always possible to improve and to make more in the future, to do more. So this is what we want to do in the future. So Mr. Bauer is back. We'll see if we can hear him. Can you hear me? Yes. Sorry, I didn't get everything. I think Ms. Georg has already presented what we're doing. Obviously, we're happy that we're now part of the climate partnership. Like our mayor has said in the video, we've had some contacts already with Kedira in the past, and we've benefited from a mutual exchange there. At the moment, we are about to embark on a project, Agenda 2035, and we want to prepare for the future. And decades ago, we started to implement, to invest in renewable energies, photovoltaic installations, and during the last several years, we got the support. We supported several projects, political projects, and this is why We are very happy to promote our mutual partnership, and we want to continue with this partnership on an equal footing. We want to learn from each other, and we want to have an exchange here in Finstal and obviously in Kedira. We want our livelihoods to be maintained, to be protected, so that we can preserve everything that is worth protecting. So we're happy to be part of it, and we're looking forward to interesting talks and to exchanging our ideas. Yes, and we're just very happy to the things that we can manage together. Ms. Georg has already said that she's part of the partnership committee. So what are you responsible for, if I may ask? Yes, I'm responsible. I'm an employee of the administration agency, and I'm responsible for voluntary commitment. And this is why the climate partnership is. This is why I'm responsible for this area. And my colleagues in the technical departments and other departments will also be responsible. Yes, we've already seen someone. Maybe that was also someone who's involved in the project in Kedira. Did you know who that was? Did you recognize that person? I'm sorry, I couldn't see. I'll just try again, Mr. Fade, Mr. Thiam. Can you hear me? Can you maybe enable your screen so that we can see you? I'll just ask our technicians again. Yes, we can hear you. Hello. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oui, allô, monsieur, vous pouvez commencer à parler.
Donc, bonjour à tout le monde.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ibrahima Fade, and I'm the General Secretary of our municipality in Kedira. I'm sorry, the interpreters cannot properly hear what is being said. I welcome everyone who's involved in the project, everyone who's involved in this conference. I'm here with our mayor, as well as the representatives of our municipality. We've been in touch now for several years with the municipality of Finstal, and I think we have seen already via the presentation of Finstal, we've seen the way that we're collaborating in the path. And we have to take action because the fight against climate change is an enormous challenge. And in terms of floods, for example, this is a big issue in our municipality, as well as wastewater management is a big issue here. And we have to work on several strategies in this area. And when it comes to emissions, this is also something that can be improved. And the waste management. It is also very, the field of recycling is also very important. And that we use, for example, green waste, that we can use that in agriculture. I'm sorry, the interpreter cannot hear right now what's being said due to poor quality of the sound.
Mettre en place des énergies renouvelables qui pourront remplacer ces nucléaires qui agressent notre.
Herr Fadé, Ton wird gerade sehr schlecht. Ihr Ton wird gerade etwas schlecht.
I'm sorry, the connection, the sound has deteriorated, but thank you for being there. Thank you for giving us a first impression on what's ahead for you and giving a first impression on your project. Obviously, this project of the Municipal Climate Partnerships is going to support you and help you implement the different projects that you have. And thank you also to the municipality of Finstad. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So.
All right. That was the first partnership of this kind that we wanted to present. You've seen that the language did change, so for those of you who do not understand all of the languages, please choose your channel. And if you speak, please, if you do not use a microphone and headphones, a headset, then please come very closely to your computer so our interpreters can hear you well. We've just been to Finstal in Kidira in Senegal, and now we'll move on. Our next German municipality is Nürtingen, and Nürtingen's partner is the Mansakoko Area Council in the Gambia. We're traveling 4,500 kilometers between these two municipalities, and we're looking forward to having an insight into the two municipalities.
We are here at the College Bridge, also known as the Brumen Bridge. The bridge connects the Masakonko local government area from the western part of the Gambia. This is the Senegambia Bridge, connecting the north and the south of the Senegambia sub-region, entering from the Masakonko local government area from the north. The border village of Senoba, connecting the Masakonko local government area through the southern part of Senegal in the Casamance region. At the Pakaliba Bridge, also known as the Sofa Nyama Bridge. The bridge is located at the eastern part of the Gambia and connecting the Masakonko local government area.
A busy international transit route connecting the north and south of the Gambia, as well as the north and south of Senegal, the cosmopolitan city of Soma. This is the main highway linking the two locations. Now that we have the Masakonko Area Council headquarters, just next to the main market of the Soma city.
I am Landin B. Sane, Chairman, Masakonko Area Council. Masakonko Area Council is one of the 8 administrative areas in the Gambia. Our capital is Soma. Masakonko Area Council is about 92,000 inhabitants, and Soma being our capital is about 20,000 inhabitants. We have one of the longest bridges in the Equatorial sub-region called the Senegambia bridge. And our capital also, Soma, is one of the most important international transit centers in the Equaset sub-region, connecting north and south of the Gambia, as well as north and south of Senegal. Soma being so strategic also harbors a lot of mixed diversity in terms of religion, in terms of ethnicity, and others. Also, our environment is so much eco-friendly, and therefore we invite and welcome visitors from all over the world. Soma is the place to be, and we promise when you visit Soma, you will come back again. Thank you.
So that was the video from Mansa Konko, and now there are many people joining me, so I can say hello to you. Can you hear me?
Ich sehe 2 Personen.
I can see that there are 2 people sitting in front of an open window.
Hello.
Yes, are you hearing me?
Ja, wir hören Sie vielleicht im Bildschirm.
Yes, we can hear you. Maybe you can move a little closer to your computer. We can only see your head.
A PowerPoint I have sent. I think you can share it.
Sehr gern.
Yes, we will do so.
Ich frage die Technik. Das wird jetzt gleich gemacht.
Yes, the presentation is being shared.
Und Sie müssen bitte sagen, wenn wir auf die nächste Seite sollen.
Could you please let us know when we're supposed to show the next slide?
Sir, we see the presentation and you tell us when to go to the next page.
Yeah, we have some problems here. We are not seeing the video. The video is not appearing here. It's only the audio that's working. So I'm going to present from slide 1. Municipal Climate Partnership launching.
Sehr gut so. Und vielleicht sagen Sie uns noch mal, wer Sie sind.
Very well. Maybe you could start by telling us your role, your position.
Yeah, Mansa Konko, you see the fact sheet. The fact sheet is Mansa Konko is within the region of the Gambia called Lower River Region. Of course, let me first introduce myself. I am Landing B. Sane, the mayor or chairman, Mansa Konko Area Council. And with me here, I have the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Paset Sise, Mr. Alpha Khan, the civil society representative, who also works as the Executive Director for Freedom from Hunger campaign, which is a very active organization working in our area. And we have also Fatou Sabali, who is an accounts officer at the Mansa Konko Area Council. I am presenting you the fact sheet. Our area is 1,618 square kilometers. The total land area is 235,789. Total arable area that can be cultivated for agriculture in terms of hectares is 74,000. The headquarters, of course, is Mansa Konko. Our population is a little over 81,000. The number of villages altogether, the area has 153 villages, or otherwise called communities. Number of households, households will count to 10,007. Percentage age women is 78.51. The largest community or city of the Mansa Congo area is Soma. Soma is our city and is our commercial town as well. And there you have the mission, our mission and the vision. Our top priorities are waste management, waste and environmental management, capacity building and institutional strengthening, agriculture, which include horticulture, health care improvement, and feeder road construction, infrastructural development. These are our topmost priority areas. Recent projects that we are embarking on, of course, include waste collection. This is ongoing. Electricity expansion, provision of clean water, drinking water, agriculture, horticulture, educational trust fund for children going to school, youth and women empowerment, relief support to disaster victims, particularly during this period of COVID, infrastructural development projects, and also citizen engagement. Citizen engagement is like talking to our taxpayers, trying to have town hall meetings, engage them to know, share information with them as to what the area council is doing in terms of what revenue we collect from them and how we invest those revenues as development projects. Now, we have special love for horticulture, and here I wish to present on horticulture background. We have number of gardens, about 95 gardens within the Mansa Congo area. Total area is about 300 hectares. Number of people engaged in horticulture is 21,850. Horticulture is predominantly a very lucrative venture, particularly for women in my area. And the production is always very attractive. Number of women engaged is about 21,000 plus. Percentage of women in horticulture is 98%. That goes to show that a good number of our women are all into horticultural development. And you could see the crops that are normally cultivated in horticulture: onions, cabbages, pepper, okra, carrots, lettuce, eggplant, cucumber, you name them, cassava, groundnut, and others. Horticulture, the problems now that normally are associated with horticultural engagement in this part of our Gambia, in Mansa Congo municipal area, is marketing of produce from the horticultural gardens, storage facilities, poor fencing, inadequate water for irrigation, and limited skills in the value chain is challenges that are found in the horticulture. Now, when it comes to our interests for partnership, particularly with regards to the Municipal Climate Partnership program, we look primarily at waste and environmental management, capacity and skills development, education, local economic development, relating it mainly to women and youth, technology transfer, culture and traditional exchange programs, and also some investment links. These are some key areas. For more information about Mansa Congo Area Council, you can look at this page. We have our website here, and we also have our Facebook page and Twitter. You can find some very good information regarding to what activities we embark on, and you will see some of the projects that we are embarking on, and with pictures and videos that can give you more information as to what obtains in the Mansa Congo local government area. At this juncture, please allow me to pass it over to Mr. Khan, Alpha Khan, the civil society rep, who also serves as the executive director of Freedom from Hunger campaign, actively involved in some development works relating to climate change and environment protection and agriculture. He will give you some little statement about his engagement. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello. Hallo,
Are
Herr
you getting
Kahn,
me
schön, Sie zu
clearly?
sehen.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Mr. Landing. Sane, I just want to contribute on the area of environment. As far as the Gambia is concerned, I would just want to start by talking a little about the Human Development Index of the country. That the Gambia is ranked as 168 out of 187 countries worldwide. The Human Development Report indicates that 83% of the population survives on less than $2 a day, while 17% survives on less than $1 per day. Livelihood in the Gambia is only partly sustainable due to low agricultural production and limited natural resources. However, agriculture is the mainstay and employs about 68% of the labor force in the Gambia. It is regarded as the main source of income generation for almost all the rural households below the poverty line. Now, coming back to the environment, I want to look at the primary causes, the basic causes of the degrading environment. First and foremost, in this local government area is illegal logging. There are some protected species. Some of those species are as old as 100 or more years, and that the government has to take it upon itself to protect them. But there's a lot of illegal logging going on, people moving into the forest and illegally cutting down some of these trees. There is also indiscriminate exploitation of forest resources. People go into the forest and cut some trees which are not even dead, they are not dry, and they want to cut them for building purposes and things like that. Charcoal burning is another primary cause, even though the government has banned this some decades ago, but some people still hide behind poverty and exploitation and move into the forest and burn a lot of charcoal, which is also contributing to the degradation of the environment. Forest fires, this area is said to be the hotspot for forest fires in the country. And a lot of forest fires on annual basis come up and consume the little flora that is left in the region. Crop cultivation is another thing, that's mechanized cropping, whereby there are gullies that are being created as a result of the way tilling is concerned, and also animal grazing. To that effect, we have realized an erratic kind of rainfall. Rainfalls are unpredictable. Sometimes they come early, sometimes they come late, sometimes they are enough, sometimes they are not. And that kind of baffles the farmer, not knowing when to start and when not to start. That has translated into a drop in production, especially in the basic crops like rice, the commercial crop, groundnut, and most of the other crops. That has impacted on the lives and lives of the people. Of recent, maybe in the last years, we have also realized an increase in temperatures on a daily basis. Every year, the temperatures are getting hotter and hotter. And the trend, as we see now, is that every year, the temperature is hotter than the preceding year. That we think is also as a result of climate change. There are windstorms during the rainy season, even during the dry season. Sometimes there are heavy winds that have destructions on our livelihoods. Floods during the rains come, and sometimes it is even feared that because our capital city is below sea level, at some point, if this thing doesn't stop, the capital city will conclude. Now, if that is the situation, maybe the only thing, the most important thing that we can do as is to adapt to mechanisms that can help us at least survive the adverse conditions. Some of those include the provision of water facilities, the control of erosion on the upland, watershed rehabilitation. Mangrove restoration is another issue that we are embarking on, because mangroves are very important as far as rice production is concerned. Rice, as you may know, is the staple food of this country. Promotion of cereal banking is another thing, because production is dwindling. Then there must be measures to make sure that there are grains available at some critical points of the promotion of school farms and gardens, maybe to support the children so that there is food availability while they are in school to enable them to concentrate. Also, training people on entrepreneurship. In the event that there is nothing coming from the farmlands, it is good to equip the people with skills, entrepreneurial skills, so that they can have engagement for some other things, particularly the youths, that will kind of prepare the mindset to forget about maybe taking these dangerous routes over the seas to go to Europe to search for greener pastures. Seed banks are also other areas that we also venture in as an adaptation mechanism to make sure, because when the rains are not normal, harvest is not good, then seeds are lost. Then there are other things like establishment of orchards and woodlots, establishment of community gardens, using solar reticulation systems, and promotion of private forestry. Basically, these are adaptation mechanisms that we use in the region to make sure that we fit within the difficult situation of climate change. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Herr
Thank
Kahn.
you.
Vielen Dank.
Many thanks to Mr. Zani and Mr. Khan. I can see that there's also someone on the other side. Mr. Kleiser, is that you? Yes. Mr. Kleiser, you're a representative of the city of Nürtingen, is that correct? Yes, I work for the city of Nürtingen. I'm not sure whether there are any further questions to Monza Conco. Well, I provided a bit more time to Monza Conco, but maybe you can also say a few words to your side, to your municipality. We have some minutes left, but maybe you can just sum up why Nürtingen is taking part in the Municipal Climate Partnerships. There is a story behind our climate partnership, even though the climate partnership is rather young. The story is such that in Nürtingen, many people from the Gambia have found a home. Some of them migrated years ago, some of them came as refugees. And they have different residence statuses. So we do have this connection with the Gambia. In spring, when the lockdown started, we had the idea that we could find a partner district in the Gambia. So it is a rather recent development, and it came from the civil society. And the civil society already has links to the Gambia. And then we needed to find a district in the Gambia where we could start this partnership. Okay. I also have a presentation. We can just quickly browse through my presentation too. I also want to say hello to everyone across the world, all of you who are online and joining us from their computers. I'm a climate manager and coordinator of the project, and two colleagues are here with me from the economic funding area, and I'm supposed to pass on the regards of our Lord Mayor and our mayors and our construction representatives. So we'll start with the presentation now. I will switch to English now.
Nürtingen, we have more than 42,000 citizens, and Nürtingen is located 19 kilometers southeasterly from the state capital, Stuttgart of Baden-Württemberg. Next slide. Nürtingen is located at the river Neckar. The district area sums up to 4,700 hectares. The central village has 22,000 inhabitants, and we have 5 villages around with 1,000 to 3,700 inhabitants. Our main economic drought is automobile supplier sector. This I just want to show the share of areas in Nürtingen. Next slide. Next slide. Just an impression of the historic part of Nürtingen via the River Neckar from the west side. It looks, in my opinion, quite impressive. Next slide. Pictures from the surrounding of Nürtingen. Nürtingen is located at the foothills of the Swabian Alp. We have a castle in southeast of Nürtingen called Hohenneuffen from the 12th century, and the ducal castle Ruin-Teck built in 11th century. Next slide. Some historical impressions. We just can move to the next slide. We have, Nürtingen was mentioned first time in 1046, and there are some grave findings from Alemannic settlements in the 7th century. Very famous in Nürtingen is the Maientag. It's a local event of the schools, and we can look back to 1602 when it started first time. It's an event, something like a local holiday with a procession, sport contest, and county fair. We also had some big fires here in Nürtingen, one in 1750, which changed a little bit the structure. This was the main hall, town hall. Next slide. Okay, just next slide. Here we can see the hospital east of Nürtingen, which is growing in the last years and has around 400 beds. Next slide. The pictures from Maientag. Next slide. There is also a dragon boat racing. The next slide. We have a Christmas fair where you can see here some pictures. Unfortunately, this year this will not happen due to Corona. Next one. Then also famous is the Neckar Festival in early June of every year. Next slide. And the Nürtinger Music Night with musical events at several locations all over the town. Next one. We have an art exhibition in a church, the Kreuzkirche. Next slide. Then Nürtingen is also famous for education. We have a number of schools, 9 elementary schools, 2 junior schools. We have a Waldorf schools, we have vocational schools, and also a college for economics and environment with multiple locations in the city. Next slide. Nürtingen is also famous for social dedication. We have an education center called Volkshochschule. We have initiative N-Fund for refugee work. We have, just as examples here, a youth club. We have Café Regenbogen, a social venue and integrative cafe. And Nürtingen also received a number of prizes for civil engagement. Here, 3 examples. Next slide. Some important persons or people in Nürtingen: Harald Schmidt, an entertainer actor. Next one. Then a journalist and writer, Peter Hörtling. Next slide. Then Fritz Ruoff, carver and painter, and one school is named after him. Then very famous, maybe even worldwide, is Friedrich Hölderlin, a lyricist who lived some years or more than 15 years in Nürtingen. Then we have a philosopher, Friedrich Schelling. Next slide. Some innovative companies we have here in Nürtingen, which also may be linked to our climate partnership engagement. This is, for example, Zinco with green rooftops and green facades, and ADS Tech, an equipment provider in energy storage, Hofer powertrain is hydrogen technologies. HMS is solar equipment, and quality analysis is an innovative company in the analysis of materials, and also very famous for its energy efficient building. Next slide. Some pictures on the industry areas, Großer Forst. Next slide. And Bachhalde, north of Nürtingen. Next slide. Then just some companies we have here, we just can move through. It's Methabowerke, maybe Germany-wide known, Heller, GmbH, Nagel. Next one. A textile company, Hauber. Then we go. Then some activities, we now come to climate change. In the past weeks we have had a solar caravane, a campaign to inform civil society about opportunities to use PV technologies. The same was this 100 Sonnendächer program. Then we have some roof cleaning projects, to fund electric storages for PV energy. Next slide. Then also activities from the civil society, like here urban gardening activities near the river Neckar at Wörth-Areal. Next slide. Then currently we have some bigger development project. It's a Brandstadt project. It's a project for inner city development in the heart of Nürtingen, which we want to conduct or perform as a very innovative project with innovative buildings, combination of the different sectors, energy, mobility. Energy means heat and okay. Then we have some special knowledge here in Nürtingen, the College for Economics and Environment, then the Stiftung Ökowatt. We have a lot of individual knowledge in the civil society groups, and we also have a big group of Fridays for Futures. The first demonstration had around 2,500 participants. Then we come to the last slide. There are some different fields of cooperation. Landing also presented some of them. For us, we think about to assist or look for cooperation in renewable energy projects for decentral electricity solutions. Then there is the field of agriculture, afforestation, deforestation, where we also can involve our college here, the local college, then in the field of sanitation waste, cooling of products on the local markets, maybe sustainable traffic solutions, then support field of education, and maybe also some kind of technology corporations. So that's it for the moment.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kleiser.
Thank you very much to Mr. Kleiser. Unfortunately, this is just one housekeeping remark of what we have in the video calls. We have to stick to our time frame, unfortunately. I would like to ask our other guests in Qdira too. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear you anymore, so I'm sorry, we can later on watch your video. I would also like to thank our colleagues in Nürtingen and Mansa-Konko. I gave you a lot more time than usual, but hopefully you will agree that we now cannot answer all the questions, but you will be able to discuss them during your partnership. So goodbye to Nürtingen and Mansa-Konko, and thank you very much.
Now, we have 9 partnerships, and we want to hear from everyone equally. I'm sorry if we cut some people off, but, well, now we go to the next municipalities, the county of Passau and Département Kédougou. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Yes, Kédougou in Senegal. They're waiting already, and they want to start their presentation. So let's go on this journey together, and let's have a look. Where are these 2 municipalities? Let's get some impressions. This is partnership number 6.
Situé à l'extrême sud-est du Sénégal.
Kédougou is a town in the southeast of Senegal. The capital of Dakar is 700 kilometers away. Kédougou means land of the people in the local language Maleke. The Department of Kédougou has an area of 6,149 square kilometers and around 82,835 inhabitants. The Department of Kédougou is a local authority which has been created during the 3rd phase of decentralization implemented in Senegal in 2013. The department has 42 municipal councils in its 7 municipalities. Kédougou is home to many different cultures and a magnificent landscape. This small place, located in a remote place on Earth, suffers like so many from the impacts of climate change. The situation has aggravated in the past and is continuing to do so, affecting particularly our residents. The effects manifest themselves in different ways. The scenery is changing significantly, especially those who have known Kédougou from before are aware of it. And we see other consequences too, for instance, wind, which we've heard of, but we can see it now here too. The wind blows across the country and uproots the greenery. We've heard similar reports from the north of Senegal, and now it's happening here in Kédougou. The surface is now insufficiently covered by greenery. The water flows have always had enough water, but not anymore. We've also seen changes in agriculture in terms of cultivation. There's not enough rain. During the rainy season, we lack enormous amounts of rainwater. This doesn't only affect Kédougou. The entire region has seen an 11% reduction in rainfall. The Department of Banda Fassi and Fongolimbi have reported similar changes in rainfall. We've also seen changes in temperature. The extremes, high, low temperatures, have exacerbated several phenomena. Mining in Kédougou is not the only reason, but it drastically contributes to the changing climate. These are actions that hurt the environment. Agricultural methods, deforestation, this happens in Kédougou on a massive scale. After the rainy season, people incinerate the grassland, and sometimes forests get destroyed in the process. This is a problem caused by faulty human behavior. Mining has become more and more exploitative. I'm not saying mining is the sole contributor, but it does impact the climate. Furthermore, something with a long tradition, gold mining. We have traditional gold mining and mining with machinery. This damages the environment enormously and furthermore impacts biodiversity. We have fewer crops now and we're losing fertile soil. Cultivation has declined. If people cannot subsist on agriculture, they're forced to get their food from somewhere else. And in order to tackle this issue, Kidugu developed its own strategy. For this, we use a traditional plant, moringa, a versatile plant. It's traditionally used for medical purposes, but it's also edible. Many families contacted us and asked us about it. People are starting to reverse this development and implement best practices. They care about behavior that damages the environment. We have to raise further awareness. We need alternatives to gold mining, and we have to fight water pollution. Solar energy has been introduced in several public facilities. Residents have been informed about the toxicity of substances like mercury or cyanide. For the Regional Council of Kidugu, headed by President Lesenisi, the fight against climate change is a top priority. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Passau. I am delighted that this virtual conference can take place in Darmstadt. I'd also like to welcome our partners and friends in Africa. We've already taken a first step. We're about to initiate a climate partnership with Kidugu in the southeast of Senegal. And we've had some good talks. I personally have been over there to get an idea of local livelihoods and the mentality. You can get things done remotely, but obviously you have to understand the people to understand their home. This is why it's always a good idea to go there in person, not only to breathe their air, but to dive into the local mentalities and their everyday life. This enables a better understanding of problems and challenges. For me, it is very important that our partnership is on equal footing. We can learn so much from each other. And I'm very much looking forward to this exchange because I think we share great goals. We can help you, and you can help us. I'm happy to be here. All the best, and I hope this works running smoothly. I was asked to talk about the county of Passau. That is easier said than done because there is so much to say. Falls, castles, lakes, thermal springs, nestled into an idyllic scenery, and so much more that I find myself incapable to enumerate them all. The forests, rivers, they sound like music. This place fills you with life. It makes you want to stay, maybe forever if you're lucky. Passau. It is not a place you see. It is a place you feel.
Passauer Land.
My County of Passau. All right. So much for the presentations about Passau and Kedugu. I'm happy we are joined by the representatives. Okay, hello, how are you? And who are you? Hi, hello. Best greetings from Passau. My name is Sabrina Hoffmann. I'm coordinating the municipal development policy, and I'm joined by Franz Meyer. He is an administrative agent, and he is here to stand in for Mr. Kneidinger, whom you've seen in the video. First of all, I would like to thank you for the presentation of the beautiful video that we've seen from Kedugu, and now the floor is yours, Mr. Meyer. Unfortunately, we cannot see the video. The account is from Peter Ranzinger. Maybe you can enable the account. Yes, it was enabled already. Just say something, please, Mr. Meyer. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Maybe you've muted your microphone. If you just look down below on the screen, you have an image, and there you have a button microphone, and you maybe have to unmute the microphone. Well, it has been unmuted. Yes, yes, we can hear you now. Yeah, now it's working. Okay, so please speak loudly. Welcome here from Passau. Mr. Meyer, if I may interrupt, sorry, if I may interrupt. Yes, I've seen the problem. Well, you have a lever here. Maybe you can just push it down. Yes, this is your microphone. Okay, so I think maybe now we can hear you better. Does it work? Yes, we can hear you. Okay, we'll just keep quiet and yeah. Yes, a warm welcome on behalf of my successor as well, Raimund Kneidinger. So a warm welcome to all of you, to our friends. The county of Passau is located in Central Europe. We have 192,000 inhabitants, and we have grown rapidly in the past. Our county has become bigger, and it is the third biggest county in the state of Bavaria in terms of space extension. I'm happy to initiate this partnership because it was important to me personally that we invest in sustainability, renewable energies. And Peter Ranzinger, who is close by, he's tasked by the county of Passau, and we've already implemented a project here in the county of Passau in 2013, and it is our task now to promote these goals in terms of climate change mitigation. We especially appreciate investments in renewable energies, electricity consumption. By more than 60%, it is covered by renewable energies in our county. So it is our job, and as we said, during this partnership, we would like to promote this, and we want to learn from each other with Senegal, our partner municipality there, and we are looking forward to filling this exchange with ideas And I think many people are already involved and commit themselves in this exchange. And several monasteries are involved in this project as well. And we have representatives from over there who have personally committed themselves in this project. I would like to ask Mrs. Hoffman to maybe present some of the projects and to present some ideas, some experience that we've had from our partnerships with our partner municipalities in the past. Obviously, we want to establish this partnership on an equal footing. We want to assume our political responsibility. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for these words and the overview for everything that Passau is doing. I don't know if I'm going to proceed now. Maybe we can have our partners from Kidugu switched on the screen as well. Yeah, Boubacar Sissoko and Mr. Kamara. Yes, they should switch their screens on, their webcams and their sound. The technicians know what I'm talking about. Yes, we'll try and have them here with us. Yes, Mr. Sissoko is there. Yes, hello. Hi. Yes, hello. I don't know if the département wants to add something. We've also prepared a short presentation, and Mr. Boubacar and we wanted to present that together. Maybe Mr. Boubacar wanted to add something prior to that. Yes, you can start with the presentation, and maybe you can say something. I'm sorry, I cannot hear you at the moment. Mrs. Hoffman, just start with the presentation. Yeah, we're going to do that alternatively. We'll alternate. Yes, so we prepared this short presentation where we wanted to highlight the things that we have in common, the common areas between the Department of Kidugu and the County of Passau. Like above, you can see the Department. You can show the next slide there. Here, I wanted, if it is possible, maybe Mr. Boubacar can say something about this slide. Yes, we'll try. Yes, hello? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we are happy to be a part of this. We would like to show you where Kidugu is located. I'm sorry. Please switch off your webcam so that we have more bandwidth, so that the quality of the sound improves. Because right now we cannot hear you properly. Maybe you can just switch off the screen and this will improve the quality of the sound. So yes, you have the floor. I'm sorry, there's no sound for the interpreters. Oh yeah, you see a map here of Kidugu. You can see that we're located right at the border. Our neighboring country Conakry in Guinea. And we're also located within the proximity to the border of other countries. You can show the next slide now. Please show us the next slide. Okay, the next slide here, there we want to show you how many things we have in common in terms of landscape as well. Both counties, municipalities boast rivers and brooks, and I think these pictures show that clearly. And now to the next slide. Waka, do you want to say something? Here you can see Kidugu and our partner. You see the administrative structures. The Kidugu has 2 districts, Mbuli and Bandafasi. And you can see the administrative districts that surround the city, the town of Passau. And on this slide, we wanted to show you when we got to know each other for the first time, we realized that we're facing enormous challenges, maybe to a different degree, but we're both affected by the consequences, the impacts of climate change. Now to the next slide. Yes, we're faced with similar challenges that we have to overcome. We have to tackle these challenges. So we share the same goals, like sustainability, which correspond to the Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations. Yes, this was already the last slide, and we just wanted to show you that we have a lot of things in common and that we're very much, looking forward to our Municipal Climate Partnership. And thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to show this. Yes, thank you for the nice pictures that you've just shown us here on our stage in Darmstadt. And now, yes, we can say goodbye. Yes, great, thank you. Okay, so this was the partnership between Passau and Kidugu. Well, we try to work our way through these technical issues. I know they just occur. We'll just try to insert. I've forgotten that because this can sometimes happen that I forget things. But there was a presentation about Khidira, and Mr. Fadé hasn't finished. So I would like to ask Mr. Mr. Fadé, sorry, because we have received your presentation about Khidira, and then we can share it. We can share the screen so that we can see. No, he's not here with us currently. Yes. Yes, he's arriving. Mr. Fadé, I hear someone speaking. Mr. Fade, if you hear me, first of all, we're going to play the video about Kidira, and while we're doing so, you can share your screen. But first of all, we'll have a look into your video so that we can get to know your municipality, Kidira.
Nos amis du côté de l'Allemagne, nous allons aujourd'hui vous
Dear friends from Germany, we would like to introduce to you the municipality of Kidira. Especially, we would like to show you the areas which are important to us due to climate change. First of all, the topic of floods, especially during the winter, and the level rise of our rivers, which flood plains, that, like you can see here, it is completely flooded by water. Everything's flooded by water during the rainy season. The entire municipality is affected by this, and the water is stagnant, which leads us to the next point, erosion. The erosion of the soil is a huge issue in our municipality, especially in the areas close to the rivers, which affects the flora, and we can see the bad condition here. The municipality tries to tackle this problem head-on. We're trying to implement strategies. We're trying to fight against this erosion of the soil. And we're trying to build a sort of dam, barrage, and we're planting plants. And with these vegetation, we're trying to fight the erosion. And this is supposed to help when it comes to flooding and as well the erosion of the soils, because this is a huge problem in our municipality. In terms of waste management, we have 60 people employed in this area who collect the garbage in different districts, and they collect the garbage right off the streets. This is an area surrounded by a fence, and it is a garbage dump at the moment. The garbage is supposed to be recycled afterwards. So we want to promote the recycling of garbage. We want to turn this into fertilizers, organic fertilizers, which then can be reused. And this all happens in the vicinity of the rivers. And this is supposed to be fertilizers for the plants that we have just seen. Then, in terms of city planning, urban planning, we want to change the outlook, the picture of the city. We've seen that Kidira is the gateway to Senegal. Here you can see some pictures. We also have renewable energies funded with subsidies from the state. We try to implement several projects in terms of solar energy, renewable energies in general. Obviously, we can use solar energy since we do enjoy a lot of sunshine here, especially in the south. I know this is advantageous in Africa to use the sun. We also collect rainwater, which we then use for our residents. So renewable energies, sustainable energy, floods, erosion, and the waste management. This is all activities that we want to implement. Thank you for listening. Yes, thank you, Ibrahim Fadeh. Now to you. Now we can properly say goodbye. Thank you very much for this beautiful video and for the impressions that you shared with us to show us your... Yes, Mr. Fadeh, you can hear me? Yes. Thank you very much for showing this video. Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry, we don't have sound here. Yes, maybe our colleagues from the SKW are going to write down in the chat. Yes, I'm sorry, right now we cannot find the solution, the proper solution. Yes, we don't have sound right now. So I'll just wave to you. And thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you to Kidira, Senegal. And I think we'll see each other again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, this was Kidira in the Senegal. This leads us, this was the end of the last 3 partnerships, the last block, where we got to know these partnerships. They share issues, they share challenges, but obviously this is why we're here at the kickoff workshop, in order to get to know each other. I was moved and I was happy to see that the people could connect and meet online. But right now, we leave the project of climate partnerships and have a look into the different topics that are related to climate change mitigation and how we can use the time until 2030. And I'm happy that we have another presentation by Olivier Mouchiete. He's with us. We're joined by him. He is from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Hello, Mr. Mouchiete.
If you would like to make a statement, then please use your microphone. Let us just check if it works.
Okay, wir hören Sie etwas schlecht.
Okay, we can hear you, but the sound quality is rather poor. It's important for our interpreters. Maybe we can improve the sound quality.
Wir hören Sie etwas abgehackt.
Your sound is still interrupted. We'll just have to try and start, and if it doesn't work, I will just let you know once again. All right, so you just give me a sign whether it works or not.
Bild aus, dann haben wir mehr Datenvolumen.
Maybe you can turn off your video, and then we have more bandwidth so we can hear you.
Do you think?
Okay. Herr Mouchiete, wir hören Sie jetzt gerade ganz.
Mr. Mouchiete, currently we cannot hear you. Don't you have any headphones or headsets that would improve the sound quality?
Décroché, comme ça, vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me better now? Now I'm moved closer to the microphone. It is a little bit better. Could you use headphones, please? Unfortunately, I do not have headphones or a headset. Unfortunately, there's no sound for the interpreters to interpret.
Technik, können wir eine 5-Minuten-Pause machen und Sie versuchen, eine Verbindung herzustellen? Wir machen eine 5 Minuten.
We will now have a 5-minute break to improve the connection with Mr. Muschete, and then we'll be right back. So we'll just have a 5-minute break now, and then we'll be right back for the presentation with Mr. Muschete in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Welcome back. Unfortunately, you weren't able to see what our technicians are doing. It's magic. We used different cables, tried different platforms, and now we have a telephone connection with Olivier. Olivier, can you hear me now? Can we hear you too?
Wunderbar.
All right, great.
Übersetzen. Wunderbar. Dann fangen wir an. Keine weitere Unterbrechung.
All right, so we'll just jump right in. Please start. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here and to take part in this meeting. So we'll try to move on from our technical problems. I work for the Congolese Institute for Nature Conservation and the Limina Hunting Grounds and Reserve. For some years now, we have been working on the hunting grounds and reserve. Our hunting grounds are very close to Kinshasa, the capital. Our initiative offers up a wide variety of activities. Let me present one individual project. But there's one thing to note. The Bombo-Lemene Reserve is about 3,500 square kilometers, or the area is 3,500 kilometers. This demonstrates quite clearly that we need decentralized projects with our partners on the ground and also across the globe. For some time now, we've established a cooperation with the Global Advocational School for Regional Management, and we're also cooperating with a university in Glasgow. In principle, what we would like to do is that we would like to take a closer look at a reserve, and we would like to develop this reserve further. It is a zone of an area of 35,000 square kilometers at the border to Angola. In the north, 350 meters distance, we're also dealing with another zone. This zone is closer to Kinshasa. And of course, this also influences people, 15,000 people. And there are 3 million people who live in the rural area and 12 million who live in Kinshasa region. For 3 months now, we've been working in this area of 35,000 square kilometers. In this area, there is also a smart village, as they say. In total, there are 200 villages in the area, and many of those villages are home to a number of projects, municipal projects, environment-related projects, and we use different types of support for these projects. What we do here is we take a look at 3 different types of coherence: geological coherence, ecological coherence, and human coherence. Geological coherence has to do with the Bateke Plateau, a plateau of 4 different rivers, Bombo, Lumene, Lufimi, and Kwango. These are major rivers which flow along the border with Angola. And they then flow into the bed of the Congo River. Then secondly, ecological coherence. The nature in this region is very vast. There is a vast savanna in the south at 1,000 meters altitude. Then there are wetlands in the north with an altitude of 300 meters. The biodiversity here is very unique. And then, thirdly, human coherence. The ethnic group of the Batekes live on both river shores, on both banks, so Congo-Kinshasa and Congo-Brazzaville. This ethnic group works in agriculture, but this type of agriculture is faced with some problems. This is why we have to protect the ethnic group. Otherwise, this population would diminish. They are under the risk of disappearing, since the metropolis of Kinshasa is ever-growing. These populations are getting closer to the urban areas, and they are under the risk of disappearing. Our project is aligned with the SDGs and the IG objectives concerning biodiversity. The ecological corridor of Bateke can be considered a green rampart opposed to the pressure from outside, and this tries to protect the environment. We try to protect our populations and the environment. In 2020, the Institute for Environmental Protection will present itself, and it will initiate a process to make the ecological corridor of Bateke a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So I wanted to briefly explain this project, and of course we would like to show you our work on the ground. Every day we're faced with difficulties in terms of mobility and connections links, but our biggest challenge is demographic change in the region. The demographic growth in Kinshasa. The population in Kinshasa is growing, 3,000 more inhabitants per year. Such a type of growth, of course, has consequences, so we have to monitor the borders, and otherwise we also have to make sure that the environment or the nature where other populations live is protected. So I'm looking forward to our exchange. Thank you for your attention. Can you still hear me?
Ich höre eine sehr nette Stimme der Dolmetscherin, die mir ihre Worte ins Deutsche übersetzt.
Yes, I could hear the interpreter speaking. What we're trying to do now is we would like to have your questions. So if you have questions, please use the chat. Marie and Moritz, who are here in our studio, they will read out your questions and then they will be answered. But I will just start with one question to you, Mr. Muschietti. What you said at the end, the link of nature conservation and population growth. This is something mentioned by Ms. Gross-Jansen from the Federal Ministry. This is something we also learned during this current coronavirus pandemic. Demographic growth of populations is interlinked with a shrinking space for nature. Is this something you're dealing with in your daily work?
Herr Muschie, können Sie bitte
Mr. Machete, maybe you could turn down the volume of your computer because we can't hear you currently.
Das ist der Knopf unter Ihrem Bild. Wir hören Sie ja.
Yes, can you hear me now? I turned down the volume of the microphone. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, exactly. This is a very good question. In terms of population growth. In our daily work, we have a mission to protect biodiversity. Here, we're facing a tremendous challenge. We try to work together in a smart way. We would like to protect natural resources and biodiversity, and at the same time, we'll try to tackle population growth issues. Here in Congo, at the center of Africa, our challenge is that there's not a uniform structure when it comes to the rural population. More and more people, leave the cities and move to rural areas. And we cannot monitor and control this population flow correctly. And this has a detrimental effect on the environment. We're trying to control this population flow. We've started a cooperation with different stakeholders. One possible solution would be the following: agroforestry. Agroforestry, dealing with forests, that would be a good solution, and we found that it worked. We already started a project here. We tried to repeat a model that has already been tried and tested, and there's still scope for further projects. I can see Moritz Schmidt here, who would also like to ask a question. Maybe we can see Moritz.
Herr Muschete, erstmal vielen Dank. Uns haben im Chat ein paar Fragen der Teilnehmer erreicht. Herr Patrick Koch, der Bürgermeister der Stadt Pfungstadt, hatte gefragt, inwiefern Ihr Projekt
We cannot hear you currently.
unterstützt wird oder inwiefern Sie vielleicht sogar auch internationale Unterstützung für Ihr
We cannot hear you.
Unterstützung
Und übersetzt beim Dolmetscherin nicht an.
Okay.
Jetzt, glaube ich.
Jetzt. Gut, jetzt haben wir die
All right, so we solved another issue. We've discussed with Mayor Koch from Pfungstadt, who is part of a partnership with Oshikuku, and we asked them, or there's a question from them. They asked whether the local government supports your projects or whether you receive support from outside.
Yeah.
Yes, you want me to answer this question? Sorry? Yes, thank you very much for this question. So this project that I've just been talking about is right now not part of any cooperation. We're trying to define this project more in detail. We have a cooperation with the Institute of the Democratic Republic of Congo for the Preservation of the Environment, also with the Ministry of the Environment. The Ministry for Tourism is involved, and the Defense Ministry. And the Institute for the Preservation of the Environment. This project is has just begun its first steps, and we're right now in the process of defining our different steps. And we also have a regional postgraduate training school of integrated management of tropical forests and lands. And obviously, we make use of the resources that we have access to. An important step during this project is that we want to get together with different sponsors and investors. Obviously, they're going to be investors, national investors, but we'll also have foreign, international investments, European investors who are going to be involved. And we'll try to establish bilateral partnerships with neighboring countries or countries that we're friends with, like Germany, or with America. We've had some good talks. We've begun talks. I don't know if this exactly answers your question, but I think I was able to say something, hopefully. Yes, thank you. I've been told that we have another question, not by whom. We'll just wait a second to see who wants to ask another question. Yes. We have another question here, and we're joined by him now. Yes.
And unmute yourself.
Hello, you're speaking to I relish this opportunity to be here, and it's great that I'm working with
Wir haben noch Tonschwierigkeiten. Kopfhörer helfen immer, meistens, hoffentlich.
The headphones, obviously, they will help.
They're looking at whether the biodiversity within the forest. Because he talked about something hunting, and we all know for trophies or for food. We're asking whether they are focusing on the biodiversity, as the news has been going around that the previous coronavirus originated from a wet market in Wuhan. which was selling bushmeat. So we want to ask, is the project focusing on that? And we want to know the challenges and in that regard. So thank you so much.
Die Auswirkungen, die wir gerade mit der
Yes, the impacts that we have experienced due to the epidemic. So, yes, you want me to answer? Yes, please. So to answer your questions, the impact that the pandemic has had, first of all, obviously, this is a very important project that we're committed to, and we want to keep on cooperating with our international partners. Unfortunately, we cannot be there in person, but we're happy that this can happen, this virtual format can happen. Well, it's clear that we're faced with several challenges. Obviously, we cannot travel freely, and we cannot visit, make on-site visits for these different projects, or we cannot see or meet our partners in person. At a local level, we can state that the pandemic has not broken out on such an enormous scale here in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We have regions that are affected. We have 30,000 cases, infection cases, but this is what I read this morning. People that are affected in the Kinshasa region as well. But overall, there are not many people who are affected here out of the 12 million. Right now, we can state that the impacts are not that enormous and do not severely affect our project. So the effects of the pandemic are not that severe here, but it harbors some risks. It could affect the project. This pandemic, this sort of virus is not unknown, not unfamiliar here in our country. Obviously, we've had some experience with Ebola, and we've managed to contain the virus. This tropical disease was not very well known in the area that we're working in. Like I said, unfortunately, there are many people who are moving away from the urban centers, and this fluctuation is not being controlled right now. People chop wood and they try to construct their own settlements, they go hunting, and all of this is not being controlled right now. So we're faced basically with the same challenges like before the pandemic. Here in Congo, the increase in greenhouse gas emissions and deforestation remain to be the biggest issues. And deforestation happens on such a big scale. Unfortunately, the state is not doing anything against this issue and is not fighting against deforestation, and does not try to prohibit harmful activities and promote sustainable agriculture. This is a very important issue. We need to mobilize our skills, our competencies, and we have to involve actors, local actors, and we need the political commitment in order to implement these projects. Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for presenting this project. We've seen there are no further questions, so we're just waving and saying goodbye like this. Goodbye. Goodbye. Au revoir. So then we were joined live by Mr. Mushita. He is in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I thank you for having patience for all of the issues, technical issues that we've had. Obviously, we did manage to overcome these problems. Now, a coffee break. We hope that you can reinvigorate yourselves maybe, and then in 30 minutes we'll meet again, and we're going to proceed with the presentation of the last remaining partnerships, of the last municipal climate partnerships, and we'll be happy to see you back here, hopefully with new energy and as many people as we've had this morning. So for you to enjoy this coffee break, yet again, we're happy to be joined by our pianist. So we'll meet again in 30 minutes here on this stage in Darmstadt. See you in 30 minutes.
Ja, herzlich willkommen.
Welcome back.
Hier auf der Bühne in
We're here in Darmstadt for the kickoff workshop, Municipal Climate Partnerships by Engagement Global. Welcome back, everybody. And thank you to Konstantin Copenhagen for this beautiful performance. We could close our eyes and just enjoy and relax a little bit. I'm sorry, I was interrupted by a sound. Okay. So let's continue. We're left with 3 partnerships, and I would like to inform you before we continue with the partnerships. Usually, we would have watched the TED Talk by Rose Motizu. You can watch this video. You've been provided with a link in the chat. So I hope that we can keep up the good energy during the next 1.5 hours when we're going to be presented with the climate partnerships that are left here. Like I said, there are 3 partnerships remaining. We've traveled a bit further. We have 2 partnerships with Ethiopia and 1 with Uganda. And the German municipalities are Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis with Mekelle in Ethiopia. Then we have the county of Gießen with Mubande town in Uganda. And Schwäbisch Gmünd with Bahida in Ethiopia. Now we're joined by our colleagues via video, like we've seen before. Now we're going to see a video first and then a presentation. Now we start with the county of Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis and the partnership with Ethiopia. The distance between the 2 municipalities is 5,000 kilometers, and they meet here on stage.
Hello to the city of Mekelle. As District Administrator of the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis, I would like to warmly welcome you, the representatives of the city of Mekelle. Unfortunately, I cannot take part in the event today. I would therefore like to take this opportunity to address my warmest greetings to you. I'm very pleased that you are interested in a climate partnership with our district. We have recognized that the climate protection is a global issue that needs to be resolved urgently. In the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis, the effects of climate change are becoming more and more apparent. The last 3 years we have been marked by drought summers, and even in a region like this, which is one of the wettest in Germany, the streams and the soils dry up in summer, making sustainable land management more and more difficult. The annual average temperatures are rising, and while the summers are getting drier, there are often unpredictable, heavy precipitation and flooding threatens. In the last few years, we've also clearly seen a forest dieback in our district. The Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis, with its 9 cities, tried to tackle the challenges of climate change. Above all, this includes radical reduction of greenhouse gases in the transport, commercial, industrial and household sectors. At the same time, there is a need to adapt to climate change. Especially in the metropolitan areas of our Kreis, we need to take measures to reduce the heat island effect. This includes, among others, the infiltration of precipitation water into open spaces and planting trees within the cities. The administration of the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis has set itself the goal of being climate neutral by 2030. We know this is the most demanding goal, but we also know that time is pressing. The negative effects of climate change will probably also be felt in Mekelle. So the climate partnership between Mekelle and the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis gives us the opportunity to get to know each other and learn from each other's experiences. I'm looking forward to a good and successful collaboration, and I wish you all the best for today's event. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the welcoming speech by the district administrator from the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis. We're not in Dortmund, I know I shouldn't be confusing these two, but it was actually the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis. I know that we're joined by someone from the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis. Unfortunately, they have not switched on their camera. So I would kindly ask you to click the button to enable the webcam. You have the screen where you can see me, and then right below my abdominal area, there should be a button where you can see a camera sign that if you click on it, and you have also a sign where you see the headphones, and you should click on that. Yes, hello from Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis. Unfortunately, the webcam doesn't work. We've tried everything. All the technical equipment seems to be working, but I have an error which pops up here on screen. But if you can hear me, I think that it should be fine. Yes, we can hear you. It's great that we can hear you, so we'll just do this via sound. And since we have a presentation from your side, you just tell us when we continue with the next slide. And this is the most important thing, that we can hear you, obviously. Yes, we'll just try it like this. My name is Fiedmeier, and I would like to welcome you on behalf of our district administration. I would like to thank you. I'm happy that we're part of this. We've heard so many interesting things from the different partner municipalities, and I would just like to shortly present our district. We're here, the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis. You can see it on the screen there. It is not in the center of Germany, but in the center of the federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia. Here, where you can see the arrow, where it ends, this is where we are. On this slide, you can see that the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis actually borders to the Ruhr Valley, a very urban region, and a more rural region. We have the Sauerland in the south there. So these are the different administrative districts with the different communities, 9 communities, and our center, administrative center, is in Schwelm. Next slide. Here you see the consumption of land resources in our district. You see there's a lot of green there. We have a lot of surface is covered by forest, and the agricultural sector is a very important sector. Next slide, please. The total of the surface total is 408 square kilometers. The north-south extension is 30 kilometers. And the highest point is at an altitude of about 440 meters. The lowest point is about 600 meters above sea level. We have different wildlife protection areas that cover about 24,000 hectares, different environmental protection areas. Next slide, please. Just the way we use our land in Ennepe-Ruhr district, you can see the difference between the urban metropolitan areas and the more rural areas. Agriculture area has a surface of 15,000 hectares, roundabout, and the density, we have about 300,024 inhabitants, and the density is round about 800. In the north, we have districts like Witten with its 96,000 inhabitants, and just an example of a city in this, with the least populous city, Breckerfeld, with about 9,000 inhabitants. And like I said, Our administration center, is located in Schwelm. This building was erected in the 70s. We have good traffic connections. We're surrounded by several highways, and we're close to 3 airports, so it's easily accessible. Just a little bit of information on history. In the 7th century, we had the first settlement, but the entire county has a long history when it comes to coal mining, which started even before industrialization. We can safely say that here is the cradle of the entire coal mining industry, which is an important sector for the Ruhr Valley in the north. We've also had some ore mining, which dates back to the Middle Ages. With 4 different sectors in our metal industry. We also boast many hidden champions, as you can see here on the slide, several names that you might recognize, internationally renowned businesses. Just a picture so that maybe if you don't have a lot of experience about mining, we have there's an entrance, there's an old coal mine here, a very old coal mine. Just to give you a few impressions of our town, we have an old town center, several old town centers in our municipalities. Here is a water fort with its old walls, directly located at the river Ruhr. This is how we got our name, obviously, Ruhr, Ennepe and Ruhr. Next slide. The Ennepe-Ruhr Kreis gets its drinking water from its dams, which were erected in the 19th century. It is part of a region where we have many, many different dams. We have interesting landscape, like you can see here. Old buildings, industrial buildings. You see different mines, which is this mine down below here is located near Herdecke, the old bridge, the old train tracks. Also, when it comes to leisure activities, we offer many different opportunities. Bicycle lanes. On the left, you see, for example, the dam of Ennepetal, which supplies the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis with drinking water. In terms of climate, the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis has different topographies, and the precipitation is about 900 millimeters annually, and the annual precipitation in the south of our county is a bit higher. So we're one of the regions with the most precipitation annually. We have also suffered from strong rainfall, sudden rainfalls in the past, and we have heard about the trees, deforestation, and also faced with the problem of floods, and as well as the dry summers, which So we're very much looking forward to our climate partnership. We're hoping to be able to learn from each other and to implement several projects. We've had a fruitful cooperation, and we're really much looking forward to it. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Right now, are faced with the problem that we cannot connect to the partner municipality in Mekele, but we'll keep on trying. But maybe you can tell us how you got to initiate this climate partnership with Mekele. Yes, I would love to. Yes, the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis is very much interested in initiating a climate partnership. We have a concept for climate change mitigation, which was created in 2018. So I could establish a small team, and we were looking around. We were searching for twinning towns and town partnerships. And since the municipality of Witten already has been in touch with a town in Ethiopia, we could learn so much from them. And this is how we could initiate the exchange, and then step by step, we got to know our partners in Mekele. Right now, we just had only one meeting, a virtual meeting, because Ethiopia is Some of you might have heard that the political situation over there is severe. They're affected by several crises. They're confronted with several challenges over there. This is why maybe sometimes the interconnection or phone connection can be difficult. They're cut off sometimes. And the representative who wanted to present Mekele, he wanted to be connected to us from Addis Ababa, but we hope that everything is going to be fine and that we can return to some sort of normalcy and return on questions of climate change.
We will continue to try to re-establish a connection, but maybe you can name a few topics that you would like to deal with in your partnership. I believe that in a country as is Ethiopia, well, you have a lot of water in your region, but probably in your Ethiopian partner country, it's a different situation, a totally different situation. Yes, well, unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity to discuss everything in small detail, but of course, the supply of drinking water is an issue in Ethiopia. So this would be an area where we could cooperate. Then we heard from our partners that rising temperatures are an issue too. And so we might discuss climate change adaptation together with our partner. Mekele itself is an urban area, an urban region. As far as I know, about 300,000 inhabitants. So I believe that we are facing similar problems, but we have to discuss it in more detail. So thank you very much, Mr. Fiedmeier. Thank you for being here and presenting both municipalities. And currently, we cannot establish a connection with Mekele, but we'll continue to try. Thank you very much for now, and best regards to the Ennepe-Ruhr-Kreis. Thank you. So we will hand over to the district of Gießen now, and also to Mubande town in Uganda. These two municipalities have a distance between them of 5,900 kilometers. Again, we will first of all take a bird's eye view on both towns, and then we will hear presentations from both municipalities, and we're very much looking forward to meet the people of these two municipalities.
development of the project through my former students of Stramaris who recently have visited our school with some children who are within the project now.
A while back, I got a chance to talk to Sosolia Dance School and the people at Sosolia Dance School, and I got to know the activism they're doing for climate change in this country. So when they told me what they were doing and the ideas they're implementing, I asked myself, how can I help, how can I make it bigger? And I thought about my school. It's called Stramaris Junior School. This is a school I went to from primary 1 to primary 7. So I came back, I talked to the headmaster of the school.
I embraced it when my former students approached us because it has very many benefits.
He liked the idea and then he passed on the idea to Mr. Biaranga Bosco.
The director of Stramaris Primary School came to me when he explained about the idea. What I did as someone who loved the environment, I offered them a piece of land where they could put up trees to protect the environment.
We came up with a project. We wanted to beat the world record of planting 500 million trees in 24 hours. The reason why we want to beat the world record of planting 500 million trees is not because just we want to become popular. No, it's because we're building a better future for us and for the new generations that are coming. We're working with very many schools, very many children from different organizations. In the few years to come, I see this project prospering, becoming something that no one has ever dreamt about.
So we want to make sure that in future we get more schools involved, more students involved, not only in Mubende district, not only in Stramaris, also students across Uganda, so that we all come together to change the climate and to make sure that we protect our future.
Ja, ein sehr schöner Blick.
Thank you very much. That was a very positive view and about what students can do in Uganda. So now I'm looking forward to meeting the representatives of the partnership. Who is here with me? Hello.
So, Sie müssen beide noch Ihren Ton.
Both of you would have to unmute your microphones. I can't hear you yet.
Ja, guten Abend. Hören Sie mich jetzt?
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you.
Kollegen aus Uganda?
What about our colleagues?
Ja, Ihr Ton ist leider noch sehr schlecht.
Your sound quality is rather poor, yet maybe you can move closer to the computer.
Na, wir hören Sie noch nicht.
We cannot hear you yet, unfortunately. But we will try again.
Nein, wir hören Sie immer noch nicht.
Not yet, unfortunately. Let me ask our technicians.
Da werden die Kopfhörer. Ja. Okay. Vielleicht kann man einen Reload machen.
Maybe we can restart the session, reload, re-enter. Maybe you can re-enter the conference in Mubande, because currently we cannot hear you, unfortunately. Maybe you could try to reload the session. So leave the session. Can you hear me? Could you give me a show of hands? Yes, thumbs up.
Das ist schon mal gut. Jawohl. Gut.
Okay, that's great. Well, that's a first step.
Sie hören mich.
You can hear me, so well, I would like to recommend you to leave the conference for once and then come back in. Hello. Oh, yes. Now we can hear you. Great.
Mit wem sprechen wir?
Who am I talking to in Uganda?
Jetzt ist ein. Okay.
Okay, now we cannot hear you anymore. Unfortunately, there are some sound issues with our colleagues in Uganda. On the other side, we have Mr. Felsketsech, maybe we can ask you to start, and meanwhile we're trying to establish a new connection with Uganda. Maybe you can tell us your motivation for the partnership. I believe that the video has impressed us, and in Uganda the people are on the move. They wanted to plant millions of trees. Many of these trees have already been planted by students, by young people in the cities, in the countryside. So they are moving out there and they start planting these trees to keep the humidity in the ground, to prevent erosion of the soil. So these children receive environment-related education regarding the consequences of climate change. And that was the initial starting point of our partnership. So our cooperation with Uganda has been there for quite some years. It started in 2015 with a youth group from Uganda visiting us here. That was a children's meeting here that is organized by the Hamburg Senate for Education. And during this project, students from the Global South are invited to take part in workshops in schools in Germany. So in the autumn of 2019, we in the district of Gießen invited a youth group from Uganda, and we conducted a climate camp together with students from the district of Gießen. So we discussed climate responsibility, climate protection, consequences of climate change, and their results were put into a theater play in the end. So I'm trying to get in touch with Uganda again, with Mubande. Could you say something, please?
Hello. Hello. Yeah, allow me to appreciate this invitation to this forum when the municipality in Uganda. We're grateful with all the programs since morning. It's a new entrance. We are trying to learn how we are cooperating with your partners. However, when the municipality, a new municipality of 4 years and 5 months, we are focusing on the environment, 3 fronts. One is to look at the rejuvenation and afforestation. Our municipality had the challenge of rural to urban migration. When it became a municipality, got some bit of forest destruction. We are looking at it that we need to go back on planting trees because we are still having a chance that our weather a little bit can enable us to plant trees. And if it goes a little bit while we plant as much more trees, when we still have this chance. If it was not COVID pandemic, we would have hit our target of 500 million trees. Someone can ask, how can it be done? When the municipality has partners, local partners, like schools, like ordinary people with big land, like that one we have just seen, who worked with the former old girls and old boys of Stella Maris. Then the municipality has 3 national forest reserves. Reserves still have quite big area of square miles, which are still empty. We should work in partnership with them, make sure that we fill those gaps. But we cannot do it alone because it requires a lot of resources.
we have the will, and we are determined, and we feel this is the right time. Because the more we delay, weather conditions go bad. We would wish to improve on carbon emission, because this one affects the entire globe. If we have the chance in Uganda, reduce it so that we can averagely enjoy more oxygen. That one would be very good. Secondly, we are looking at job creation. Young generation in Uganda, when they are having a lot of challenges of lack of employment, sector can employ so many. The trees would wish to plant follow under 3 categories. The first one is to maintain the natural species, because they have enabled us to acquire a lot of medicine, which is not preserved, and you just go and pick and you take. Then another type of trees, this one is for commercial purposes. Trees which grow on a shorter period, harvested, sold, and then replant. Then we have ornamental trees, and those trees would wish to maintain on rivers, streams, because they have a special purpose for maintaining the streams and rivers. Mubende municipality has a challenge that was built on hilly slopes. So either when you are working on it, on roads, you are either filling or cutting. So if we don't try to arrest these situations, recently we have started facing floods and some. When it rains, we get a challenge of water coming with a lot of soil, and it causes mess in the town. Our town is developing at a speed. Force in the country has 120,000 people at night. During the day, have more than 300 people. More or less in the center of Uganda, and during the day, it is a transit within the country, and it has a lot of roads connecting to neighboring countries. So we are getting a lot of challenge in the garbage management. So our next concern, how to manage solid waste. We are accumulating about 20 tons every day. But our greatest challenge is sorting out the decomposing and non-decomposing. And if we leave it like this, it is penetrating in the villages. We have small-scale industries, and most of the process their products and pack them in plastic materials. I may find that on each day, we Mubende and people are going through Mubende and empty more than 100,000 bottles. If we cannot handle it, we may find ourselves in trouble. We are very grateful with our partner.
Wir haben jetzt das Video verloren.
That they had the same dreams we had, and since we partnered with them, we are really doing a great job. Much as we are still in the COVID.
Vielen Dank erstmal.
Many thanks to you for now. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we sometimes had interruptions of your sound and of your video, so I would propose that we just take a short break. It is very good to see you. This is just the start of your partnership. And we also have very nice presentations that we will send to everyone, but we will not look at them right now. I hope that's okay for both of you. We will send the presentations to all members involved. It was great to meet you, and we hope that you will plant all of your trees, and we wish you good luck and every success for your partnership. Good luck and best regards to Mubande and Gießen. Thank you very much for your patience. Unfortunately, the translation, there were some translation issues. We had some technical issues. Unfortunately, our interpreters can only interpret what they hear. There were some minor sound issues, and we believe that you will receive further information once the project evolves. So now we'll turn to our last partnership, the partnership between Schwäbisch Gmünd and Bahir Dar in Ethiopia. There's a distance of 4,900 kilometers between them, but people bring this partnership together. So now we will take a bird's eye view on both municipalities.
Schwäbisch Gmünd. Hier der Marktplatz mit seinen vielen Geschäften und Cafés.
My name is Inga Adam, and on site of Schwäbisch Gmünd, I am responsible for the coordination of the Municipal Climate Partnership between Bahir Dar and Schwäbisch Gmünd. In Schwäbisch Gmünd, we have two important strategies. On the one hand, we have the strategy for municipal development policy until 2030 for Schwäbisch Gmünd, and on the other hand, we have a strategy for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions here in our city. We, the city of Schwäbisch Gmünd, think that an international cooperation between municipalities are a key for a successful implementation of climate change adaptation measures. And so we are really looking forward for a fruitful cooperation with our Ethiopian partners.
Yes, what beautiful pictures, and thank you for the introduction to your partnership, and I'm happy that I'm joined by the representatives of the two municipalities. Hello. You're going to present yourself, Mr. Kebede and Mr. Sahilo. I'm sorry if my notes are wrong, so maybe you can just present yourselves, introduce yourselves.
I'm a mayor of the city.
I'm sorry, we cannot hear you right now. Are you using an iPad or a laptop? You have to, where you see the person, there is a button down below. Maybe it is muted. Maybe just click on this button so that we can actually hear you. Because we can see that you're unmuted, but we unfortunately cannot hear you at the moment. No, we can not hear you. Maybe have a look again. Mr. Goschu, because we could hear you, it is the colleague from Schwäbisch Gmünd that we couldn't hear, unfortunately. Sorry. But you can hear me. This was a test? Okay, great. The problem is that we can't do anything about it on our side.
We can hear you, wir hören Sie.
Can you hear me now?
Ja, wir hören Sie.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Dann dürfen Sie gerne Ihre Präsentation.
Then you can start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear Richard Amold, the Lord Mayor of Schwäbisch Gmünd, dear Representative, dear Sir or Madam, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would
Wir haben jetzt leider den Ton verloren.
Sorry, we lost the sound. And I can see that you get some technical support there in Schwäbisch Gmünd. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Ja. Dolmetscherinnen, hören Sie? So.
Can I continue now?
Ich würde sagen, ja, machen Sie mal weiter. Yes.
Please continue. Yes.
Machen Sie gerne weiter. Please continue.
You can please continue. Go ahead.
Okay. First and foremost, I would like to thank the German government for providing us the 8th phase of project for the city of Bahia. Let me say some remarks about the development of Ethiopia. Ethiopia has experienced a strong economic growth over the past decade and is among the fastest growing in the world. Although still one of the poorest countries in the world, Ethiopia may reach some stats by 2025. The rapid growth is a mixed factor of including agricultural modernization, development of new sectors, strong global community, and government and investments. Private consumption and the public have driven demand growth, with the latter as increasingly important audience of the country. Ethiopia is urbanizing and has one of the fastest growing population in the world. Number of people living in urban centers is expected to nearly triple in the next decade, from 15.2 million in 12 to 42.3 million in 2037, growing at 3.8% a year. The Ethiopian urbanization in 2015 indicates that the rate of urbanization will be even faster at about 5.0%. That would mean that the urban population will triple by 2034 with 30% of the country's areas by 2020. Ethiopia is undergoing a demographic transition. The labor force has doubled the past 20 years, and it's projected to rise to 82 million by 2030, from 36 million in 2005. Well-functioning potential if this demographic avoid agglomeration. Rapid urbanization poses challenge as cities struggle to provide infrastructure and services and jobs and run the risk of becoming unattractive place for people. Coverage for sanitation services, even by Saharan African states. Ethiopian cities, except Addis Ababa, do not have a sewage system and are struggling to manage, which is often dumped into open areas, endangering public sports and drainage density are below the coverage, although higher in urban areas than the national. Estimates from the Ethiopian Urbanization Review reveal that the average actual spending of Ethiopian hundred per residence all around $US would be required to maintain the existing level of service for urban residents, let alone meeting the needs of rapidly increasing population. Formal job creation is with population increase and demand for jobs in urban areas, while urban employment and underdevelopment in presently reduced, they remain high in comparison to other African countries. It is estimated that an additional urban jobs will be required between 2035 to maintain the current level of employment and or reduce.
I'm sorry, can you hear me? Können Sie mich hören?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have problems understanding you. We really tried hard, but we can't hear your speech properly, and so the translators can't translate.
Okay.
And therefore, I think we have to stop here. It's so good to see you, and we would have loved to hear more. But I think we have to postpone that because what you say, we can't understand.
Okay.
I hope for your understanding.
Okay. Can I speak slow now?
It's no, it's too not enough sound. Your message is strong properly, but what we get here is it's like a little mouse. And we can't translate. I'm so sorry. But we will have other opportunities.
Okay. Can I present my presentation?
No, there is no chance. I'm very sorry. We will write to you in the chat. And Engagement Global will be in touch with you. Okay. Können wir einmal probieren, wie schaut's aus?
Maybe we can try. Do we have a connection to Schwäbisch Gmünd, maybe? Can we maybe reconnect with our colleagues? Yes. Can you hear us here from Schwäbisch Gmünd? You can hear me? Yes? So I can start? Yes, please, go ahead. Thank you.
My name is Julius Miem. I'm the deputy mayor in Schwäbisch Gmünd for the Department of Town Planning and Town Development and Building. Dear Dr. Dres Sahilo, dear representatives of the municipalities, dear sir or madam. In 2017, the Compact with Africa was launched under the German G20 presidency. This compact has the clear objective of improving conditions such as infrastructure for economic development on the African continent, together and on an equal footing with the African countries involved. Blank solutions are not expedient in this context, as Africa is in many respects a continent of superlatives and immense diversity. Over 1.3 billion people currently live in 54 recognized states, and this number is expected to almost double to 2.5 billion by 2050. These are 3,000 different ethnic groups and more than 2,000 languages in Africa. In Germany, it's almost Swabian, Bavarian, and German. Mr. Gerd Müller, Germany's Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, made it clear in a newspaper interview at the beginning of the year that the African continent should no longer be a puppet in the game of the big global economies, but should take advantage of its potentials on its own authority. The cooperation between the global south and the global north is thus in a state of flux. Also, with a view to the sustainable goals, which emphasize the role of local authorities in international development cooperation, we are in a state of flux. With the climate partnership with Bahir Dar, we, the city of Schwäbisch Gmünd, have a strong partner. Seen in the video, together we want to find individual and local answers to the challenges of climate change for our respective cities in the fields of forestry, urban development, vocational training, and business. Just as the Compact with Africa provides for, we do not want to work out blanket solutions, but use the advantages of local government. We, the city of Schwäbisch Gmünd, had launched a local Agenda 2020 as part of the achievement of the Millennium Development Goals on local level. We now intend to build on the efforts already made with a strategy for a municipal development policy until 2030 and a climate protection concept for the city of Schwäbisch Gmünd. The implementation of SDGs at home and abroad is a matter close to our hearts. As a diverse and colorful city that is home to people from more than 150 nations, we live the idea of the Gmünder Weg, the Gmünder Way, the simultaneous, encouraging and challenging, and the constant effort to ensure the broadcast possible participation of all. This characterizes the good cohabitation of our society and shows in everyday life of a modern city characterized by openness. It is precisely this openness and sense of community that we need in the global context to achieve the SDGs. I would like to thank to the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, also Engagement Global, for this far-sighted project of the Municipality Climate Partnership and the opportunity to work with such a unique city like Bahir Dar. I would particularly like to praise the organizers who, despite the adversities caused by the pandemic, have made it possible for us to at least meet virtually. I have one request to make to my Ethiopian colleague, Dr. Driss Sahilu. Let us draw up an action plan for our two cities in an open and friendly dialogue. Also in order to overcome cultural and spatial distances partnership. I'm looking forward to a fruitful exchange within the kick-off workshop, and I'm convinced that we can succeed in making our planet worth living on for future generations. Thank you very much.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Mien.
Many thanks to Mr. Mien in Schwäbisch Gmünd. Also, many thanks to Mr. Sahilu. We will pass on your presentation to all of the guests, and I believe that what you said at the very end has been another remark, another repetition of the fact that your partnership is very strong. So many thanks for your comments to both of you. So these were the 9 municipal climate partnerships, and we're glad that we could get to know all of them. I would like to thank you once again for showing your interest, for being interested in what the other municipalities do. So you told us, or you showed us, that it's not only about your own partnership, but about all of these different partnerships. As the representative of Schwäbisch Gmünd just said, we did have to cope with some particular challenges. We tried to do as best as possible. Thank you for being here nevertheless. So this brings us to the end of the first day. I would like to welcome you all to turn on your camera if possible, because we would like to take a screenshot together with all of you at the end. Just as we approach the end of today's workshop, of the first day of the workshop, I would like to ask 2 people to come to the stage, Marie Mevelich from the Service Agency Communities in One World, and Moritz Schmidt from the North Rhine-Westphalian Working Party on Agenda 21, LAG 21. So please come on the stage with me. Marie, you can stand there. Moritz, you can stand there. On stage, you can take off your masks. We know this from other press conferences and such. So we're looking back at a long day. My iPad says that the battery has run out, and maybe our batteries have run out too. What surprised you today? Well, we heard a lot. I believe that the mixture of learning so much under these very special circumstances, that surprised me. It was very difficult for all people involved. We organized it with not so much time. It was difficult for the municipalities on the African continent, but also in Germany. Both were facing difficulties, and nevertheless, they presented such great presentations. And we've really aboard on a journey, and we've seen that they are faced with very concrete projects in terms of climate adaptation. It's very diverse, and it's inspiring to see what you're all doing. under these particular circumstances, not only technical circumstances. So I do admire you for your work. Thank you to our technicians too. And it's impressive to see what is possible even now. Thank you to our facilitator too. I'm impressed, and I think this is also a good sign for our partnerships. If there's a strong will and if people are motivated, we can achieve a lot together. Of course, we need to adapt, we need patience, we need to respect each other, and then we can achieve something under these circumstances. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's session too. This was just the first day, yes, where the partnerships are only about to start. But thank you for now. Moritz, we've been in Münster last year. There other partnerships were presented. So this kick-off meeting, now we've all met. We've moved from Germany to the African continent and back 9 times. That's a kick-off for what? What happens next? Well, Alex, last year in Münster, it was different. Last year we were able to meet in person. Of course, that's a very different setup. But I would like to come back to what you said earlier. I wouldn't have expected that I would be so tired after the end of the day. It's probably the same for all of us who are working here together. It is very tiring to work together on these channels, to find new technical solutions, to be able to have people join from the Democratic Republic of Congo and many other places. But then I'm also looking forward to tomorrow, because then we will take a closer look at municipal climate partnerships, take a look at the next steps. What happens after this kick-off? What's the history behind municipal climate partnerships? What are the requirements? What are the next steps? It is a 2-year process, and where we find it very important that we take the time, 2 years, to interact, to get in touch, to discuss, and to provide a strategic basis for your climate partnership. So take a closer look at the status quo, at the road ahead, and then increase mutual understanding and develop new ideas that will bring progress to both municipalities. I really mean that, both municipalities. It's not about an energy transfer from Germany to the global south. What we want to do here is an equal partnership. How can both partners benefit from each other? And this is what we've seen today in the videos. The partners in the global south already experience climate change here in Germany and in Europe. We find it sometimes easier to adapt and do not feel the heaviest circumstances. But our partners in the global south experience immediately what it means if the temperature increases by 1, 2, 3 degrees. They have these serious consequences, and it's important that they pass on this knowledge to the global north. So it's not only a matter of 2 years. We also have a decade-long project. By 2030, we have to work on our whole energy system, our society, and our long-term objective, of course, is to become CO2 neutral, carbon neutral by 2030. So it's important to have this knowledge of the experiences of the global south. So for us, that's very important. And tomorrow we will also present what kind of support we can provide. And then hopefully with this virtual kick-off, we will provide the foundation for a 2-year partnership for intensive discussions together. And we are always there at your side. We can provide you with information on the process. we can moderate this exchange. And then at the end, we will have these programs of action, strategic programs. This is the roadmap for our partnerships, and this is what will start after today. And this is what you're doing together with the municipalities. Tomorrow we will meet Jessica Bayer and Mandy Wagner, again, two more colleagues from the service agency communities and One World. What do you expect from tomorrow? I think tomorrow will be a very practical, pragmatic day. We've heard a lot about the municipalities today, where they would like to start, and tomorrow we will provide practical information, some kind of background, general information, as Moritz just said, and then from an organizational point of view, we will give you the right tools. What do we offer? What will the process be like? We discussed many things with the municipalities already. We will deepen our knowledge on this, and then we will get to work. And of course, there will also be two fantastic presentations, so stay tuned for our presentations. Marie will talk about municipal climate partnerships, municipal climate policies. I will talk about climate policies. And there will also be a panel discussion with other colleagues from municipal partnerships. So thank you very much. You've already mentioned all of the topics on the agenda for tomorrow. Hopefully you are still awake and healthy, and hopefully you can now turn on your cameras, because we would like to take a picture of all of you together. Maybe you can just stay here on the stage. You may smile now. There's a camera in front of you, and we'll now take your picture. These are our climate partnerships. And now we can all wave, use our hands, show our hands, a show of hands, please. I wish you all a pleasant evening. Greetings to all of you. And if you would like to do so, turn on your microphone and you may say goodbye, all of you. Unmute yourself and just say hello or goodbye, whatever you would like. Bye-bye to all of you. Bye-bye.
Und vielen Dank, Florence, für gemeinsames Lernen.
Thank you very much to Florence for your graphics, too. Thank you. This was the first day of the kick-off meeting of the 8th phase of the Municipal Climate Partnerships of Engagement Global and the Service Agency Communities in One World. We're ahead of our schedule, but I think we can close the session for now. Tomorrow we'll start at 9. From 9 you may check into our virtual conference room. We will help you with the technology. Our program starts at 9:15 on YouTube too. To all of those who watched our session today, thank you for listening. Have a great evening. And think about the impressions you're getting today. So see you tomorrow. Thank you.